important. She navigated to the E*trade website and began opening an account. She got as far as the page that asked for her social security number. This wasn't going to work. She would probably run into the same issue if she tried to get a normal job. Any background check would likely reveal that the ID was a fake. Adeline's gaze drifted back to the 10 numbers on the slip of paper on the coffee table. The solution to her problem was right here. She was dead tired. She had left her time at night and arrived in the past in mid-morning. She had probably been unconscious for a while after Daniel knocked her out, but she was still exhausted. For the most part, she had been running on adrenaline. But she knew that time was of the essence now. She had to keep pushing forward. The thing she needed would take time to make. She took a cab to East Palo Alto, to the strip mall that housed Shen Photo. It was a cramped little store, with a booth for passport photos and chairs lined up under the plate glass window and the far wall. Several families were waiting in the store, speaking Spanish and Chinese in hushed tones. When the proprietor saw Adeline, he narrowed his eyes as if she was in the wrong place. "Picking up?" he asked. It was the same sharp voice she had heard on the phone. "No," she said, looking around, still confused. He held his hand out. "Drop off." Adeline shook her head. "Drop off what?" The man grimaced, clearly annoyed, and motioned to the bags lying in bins behind him. "Film." "I don't have any film." Adeline scanned the people sitting in the folding metal chairs, then studied the man behind the counter, who was visibly nervous now. "Okay," he said, "you go now." Adeline did go, but she didn't go very far. She sat outside a Starbucks in the same strip mall, at a table with a clear view of Shen Photo, watching the patrons come and go, an idea forming in her head. When she was sure the store was empty, she walked back inside and waited until the man emerged from the back room. She held out the California driver's license for Daniel Daneros. "I need this to be a real ID." "No, wrong place." "I need it." He shook his head. "Wrong place." His eyes drifted from Adeline's face to the middle of her chest. She knew what he was thinking. She glanced behind her, through the plate glass window, at the nearly empty parking lot. She had thrown the ink-stained dress away. She now wore a sundress with flowers on it that she'd bought at Goodwill. She reached down and pulled it up, revealing her pasty skin, panties, and bra. "I'm not wearing a wire. I'm not a cop." She let the dress fall back down. "I need help. I need a social, and IDs that will pass a background check." The man inhaled and exhaled. Adeline felt her fate hanging in the balance. 4,000. She nodded, and he motioned to the picture booth. 47. Adeline slept in the next morning. Upon waking, she made a list of all the things she remembered from her childhood, and all the things Daniel had told her about her past. For the future to exist, it all had to happen as it had before. That was up to Adeline now. She wondered then about the nature of fate and the universe. She wondered if there was something even larger at work, if all these tiny slices of reality, these causal events, that stacked on top of each other led to something she couldn't imagine now. She wanted to believe they did. Yesterday she couldn't have conceived that she would be the person responsible for Absalom, for her father's exile from this timeline, and possibly Nora's death. In a strange twist of fate, her father had confessed to the crime she had been framed for, a crime she might be destined to commit 19 years from now. She was going to find a way to change that destiny and get him back, because she was in control now. She was scared, alone, and strangely also hopeful. After making the list, Adeline wasn't quite sure what to do with herself. Her mother didn't have a class that day. She had no job, but she did need a new place to stay. A half hour spent on Craigslist turned up several good prospects. A few calls narrowed it down to a one-bedroom apartment sublet. It was located right off Sand Hill Road, close enough to walk to campus. Adeline's best guess was that the guy on the other end of the line had partied too hard and flunked out of school, and now needed cash. When she met him at the apartment, his bloodshot eyes lent credence to her suspicion. "Look," he said, holding his hands out, "I'm totally violating my lease here, so keep it on the down low, okay?" Adeline wanted to say, "No worries, I'm a time traveler from 19 years in the future. I won't tell a soul." Instead, she simply said, "Sure. If anyone asks, just tell them." His red, watery eyes drifted to the ceiling. "He wasn't a good liar. Tell them you're my cousin from out of town, house sitting." "Totally. Hey, just so I know, what happened to your place?" Adeline stared at the floor. "I'm getting out of a bad relationship." It turned out she was a good liar, or becoming one. She was becoming Daniel Daneros. She spent the afternoon buying things for the apartment. The guy's bedroom featured a mattress and box spring on the floor, of course, and a lamp box that served as a side table. The lamp sat on top of the box. The living room wasn't much better, just a futon and two bean bags. At least the guy had cleaned up the place, sort of. When she finished buying the essentials for the apartment, Adeline splurged and bought a bike. Every dollar she spent was one less she had to invest, but the bike would cut down on her travel time around town and save cab fares. That night she sat in the bedroom, scowling at the Netflix website. The user interface was atrocious. The selection was even worse. The vast majority of titles were only available via the mail. Who would want to wait for DVDs to come in the mail? And how could they even make a profit mailing stuff to your house, especially if you had to mail it back? It didn't make any sense. She wondered how they had ever made it. She biked to Blockbuster and rented the first season of a TV show that was a staff pick. It was called 24, and Adeline figured if they had the guts to name the show just one number, it had to be pretty good. And it was. In fact, it was about a guy racing against the clock to save his life and the country. Adeline definitely identified with that. She kept popping the DVDs into her laptop until it was late into the night. It was 8 a.m. for Jack Bauer, but it was bedtime for her. Adeline arrived at the lecture hall early the next morning and waited at the front. When her mother arrived, she looked sick and haggard. "What's wrong?" Adeline asked. "Morning sickness." Her mother closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if waiting for a wave of nausea to pass. "Sorry I'm late." "Don't be." Adeline reached out and put a hand on her mother's shoulder. The feeling was indescribable, a moment she had imagined a million times since her mother had passed away. Her mother seemed to read Adeline's reaction. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Adeline said. She took her mother's bag. "Here, I'll get you set up for class." Her mother exhaled, took a seat on the stool, and focused on her breathing. Adeline opened the laptop, plugged in the VGA cord, and began placing the handouts on the desks. When she returned to the front of the room, she reached into the bag and brought out the last remaining item, a Hershey's chocolate bar. Her mother held her hands out. "And I'm craving sweets, busted, you know what that means." Adeline didn't. Her mother smiled again. She seemed to be feeling better. It's probably a girl. It's an old wives' tale. Morning sickness and sweets means that you're having a daughter. Her mother smiled then, gaze unfocused, as if thinking. Adeline wondered if she was imagining seeing her daughter go to prom, or moving into her first college dorm, or walking down the aisle on her wedding day. That thought filled Adeline with sadness. She knew the future, knew that her mother would never do any of those things. But her mother didn't. "Hey, what's wrong?" Adeline looked up. Her mother had read the emotion on her face. She had always been good at that. "Nothing, just thinking." "Well, be careful of your thoughts. They're more powerful than you think." Her mother flipped open a notebook. "By the way, someone dropped the class yesterday. Probably a good thing. He was failing. I don't know for sure, but I might be able to add you." "That's okay, really." Her mother studied her. "Are you a student here, Adeline?" "I am, just not right now." "That's all right, but are you all right?" "I'm just trying to get back on my feet. Life has sort of thrown me for a loop." Her mother formed that kind smile that had been the hallmark of her youth. "It happens. Life is about getting up, not avoiding falling down." 48. A week later, Adeline returned to Shen Photo in East Palo Alto. Her new identity was waiting for her. As far as she could tell, everything checked out. It was a big piece in the puzzle that was the next 19 years, until the moment she would place herself in that Absalom machine to travel back here to 2008. Adeline set up an investment account at E*Trade. She remembered the broad strokes of the global financial crisis that was just starting to unfold, and even recalled some of the key dates. She took bearish positions on firms she knew would collapse. She felt a bit guilty about betting against the companies, but she found absolution in the idea that this had already happened, and that the money she would make would ensure the future was possible. The profits from the E*Trade account would fund San Andreas Capital, which would fund various startups and eventually Absalom, and her trip to the past. With her E*Trade account, she could short stocks and buy puts, but she wanted to go further. She needed more leveraged investments to increase her returns. She found a small brokerage firm in San Francisco that was willing to allow her to buy credit default swaps for mortgage-backed securities issued by companies she knew were on the verge of collapse. While she was buying up the troubled assets, she watched as officials from those companies appeared on TV, insisting that their portfolios of subprime mortgages were simply facing a stress test and were fine. They were not fine. And the credit default swaps backing their securities might not have been fine either if not for the Federal Reserve, which stepped in and essentially guaranteed them in order to restore confidence in the financial system. Over the course of a year, Adeline turned a few $1,000s into tens of millions. Not enough to draw too much attention, but enough to do what she needed to do. It was a nice nest egg to grow, and it would grow to be all the money she needed to create the future. As the year progressed, it wasn't the growth in her brokerage account that interested her. It was a thing she hadn't expected, how close she became with her mother. 3 times a week, she joined her in class. She also began coming to her mother's office after class to help prepare for future lectures and grade papers. In a sense, it was the thing Adeline had most wanted in life. A second chance to be with her mother, as a young adult, almost as peers, sharing an experience that was special to both of them. Adeline knew it couldn't last. For that reason, she savored every second. They were eating Chinese takeout in her mother's office, grading finals when her mother said, "What are your plans for the summer?" "I'm not sure. I know I have to move. My sublet is up." "Are you staying in the area?" "Planning on it. Why?" "Well, I'm actually looking for some help around the house. I don't know if I mentioned it, but my husband is a postdoc in the physics department. He's gotten a job for the summer in Geneva at CERN. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're building this massive machine called the Large Hadron Collider. Have you heard of it?" Adeline smiled. "I have." "Well, Sam is nuts over it. So is his friend, Elliot. He's been working on the project and has gotten Sam a job there this summer. It's supposed to start up on September 10th, and Elliot wants Sam to be there. This is like the Super Bowl of all Super Bowls for them. Sort of geeky, but it's also sort of adorable. Their entire community has been working on this machine for a decade. It's a big deal." "I'm sure, so Sam will be gone all summer." "He will." Adeline knew that her mother would die in approximately 12 years. She also knew she would have to leave her life at some point before she began to look like the girl she grew up to be, for her mother's sake, and especially her father's sake. In fact, to be on the safe side, Adeline had decided not to come into contact with her father until she completed the other change she knew she had to make to be Daniel: cosmetic surgery. She knew that her younger self would not meet Daniel Daneros until she was 11, when Daniel was 30 years old. But it wasn't just the age difference that separated their appearances. She now knew that Daniel had slightly altered her face to ensure that no one recognized her. Adeline would have to go in for surgery at some point. She probably should have done it upon arriving in the past, but she didn't know then what she knew now. Such was the time traveler's burden. Adeline returned her focus to the present and her mother's request. "Well, I'd be happy to help." "Thank you, we'll be busy. I'm teaching summer school. I agreed to do it before I knew I was pregnant, and there's still a lot to do around the house." "We'll get it done." Sam has promised to be back by the due date, September 17th. The LHC is slated to start up on September 10th, so that should be plenty of time. Adeline simply smiled. She knew that the LHC would indeed start up on September 10, and her birthday was September 8. She marveled that history was funny that way. What your parents tell you about the past is sometimes a heavily edited version, and there was still room for surprises. 49. That summer, Adeline and her mother were virtually inseparable. They painted the nursery, shopped for baby clothes at Goodwill, and stayed up late into the night assembling the crib. "Really, you can go home," her mother said. "Once I start something, I get a little obsessed with finishing it." Adeline knew the feeling, and now she knew where she had gotten it from. "I'm not going anywhere." The floor was covered in pieces, as if a wooden treehouse had exploded in the room. The direction book lay flayed open, and her mother was following every step to the letter. "Confession," her mother said. "I waited until Sam left to do this." She tilted her head. "I love him to death, but he's not very handy around the house." Adeline laughed. "He'd probably starve to death if left alone in the woods." The smile faded from Adeline's face. "You never know. People are capable of a lot more than we might think when life requires." As Adeline said the words, she knew they were half for her own sake. Since she had seen him disappear in the Absalom machine, not a day had gone by when Adeline didn't think of her father and wonder how things had turned out for him in the Triassic. Most of all, she dreaded the event she knew would come in 19 years. She would have to stand in that room all over again and watch him slip into the past. The events she was certain of, however, concerned her the least. Her focus now was the secrets in the past, the details that might help her save her father, because she was going to get that chance. And she had 19 years to prepare for it, assuming she could control the past. If things didn't happen as they had, there would be no future to save. In June and July, the financial world slipped into chaos. Federal regulators seized IndyMac Bank, making it one of the largest bank failures in U.S. history. The Fed extended credit lines to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and later took them over in September. Around the time Lehman Brothers failed and the Troubled Asset Relief Program was announced, Adeline rolled some of the proceeds from her credit default swaps into tech stocks with strong growth potential. Closer to home, life assumed a routine. By day, Adeline helped her mother with summer school. In the afternoons and evenings, they worked on preparing the small bungalow in Menlo Park for the arrival of Sam and Sarah Anderson's first child. A child who, in a strange twist of fate, had returned home after 19 years. One afternoon, while grading papers in her office on campus, her mother said, "Are you going back to school in the fall?" "No." "Any particular reason?" "I think the education I need is out in the world, not inside a classroom." Adeline looked up from the pages. "No offense." "None taken. College isn't the right path for everyone. I'm glad you have a sense of what's right for you and are brave enough to go after it." Adeline felt a pride rise inside of her she had never known. She had doubted before, but in that moment, she started to believe that maybe there was a larger force at work here, that this life gave and took and surprised, and that just maybe it all added up to something truly wonderful. As the baby grew inside of her, Adeline's mother became more fatigued. Her projects around the house grew less ambitious. In the second half of summer, they spent most of their time sewing. As a child, Adeline had thought her mother's hobby was the most boring thing ever invented. Here and now, at almost 20 years old, in the presence of the mother she had already lost once, she relished every minute of it. In the corner of the small family room, they sewed baby clothes and toddler outfits that Adeline's younger self would soon wear. Finally, after all this time, Adeline saw what her mother loved about sewing: the joy of making something from scratch, the serenity of the motions, of creating something your child could enjoy, and doing something to help provide for your family. Like building a life, sewing was much more than knitting pieces together. As summer came to an end, and the first hint of fall descended on Palo Alto, their afternoon and early evening projects were cut shorter, and increasingly they found themselves sitting on the couch, watching TV, her mother grimacing as the child inside of her kicked relentlessly at night. They watched the first 3 seasons of Lost, and Adeline and her mother both cursed the world when they learned the 4th season wouldn't be out on DVD until Christmas. They agreed that it was so unfair. The idea of people being stranded on a strange time travel island made Adeline think of her father on Pangaea. Except, of course, he wasn't battling a smoke monster and finding things buried on the island. One night during a game of Scrabble, her mother said, "Speaking of spelling things, I wanted to ask you something." Adeline raised her eyebrows. "Your name, it's so pretty. Sam and I have really struggled to find one we love. I wondered if you would mind if we named our daughter Adeline." "Not at all, I'd love that." Adeline's investment accounts continued to swell that summer, but she didn't spend much of the money. She did, however, buy a used Camry that had just gotten off a corporate lease. She needed reliable transportation for what was about to happen. On Monday, September 8, 2008, around lunchtime, Adeline was sitting in the nursery, unboxing the baby monitor, when her mother called from the master bathroom, through the bedroom across the hall. "Adeline." She ran in and found her mother clutching her bulging stomach. "I'm having contractions." "Just breathe, they might pass. How close are they?" An hour later, Adeline was behind the wheel of her car, driving her mother to the hospital. The expectant mother had her eyes closed, whispering, "She's over a week early." Her phone vibrated and she answered it. "Sam, she's coming." But he didn't get home in time. Adeline, however, was there to see her mother holding her infant form, the glow on her face, the twinkle in her eyes. It was the happiest thing she had ever seen. Adeline knew it was about time to go. She made a deal with herself. She would stay one more night. Her mother's eyes were still closed the next morning when she leaned over the hospital bed and kissed her on the head. She lingered a long moment over the bassinet, staring down at herself, thinking about what an unexpected life awaited that young child. As she was walking out the front door of the hospital, her father was rushing in, gasping for breath, his clothes disheveled. Geneva was 9 hours ahead. He must have caught the red-eye. The LHC would go live later today. He had missed both births, but his life was about to change nevertheless. In the used Camry, Adeline drove to Drager's Market on University Drive, at the corner of Santa Cruz, and made her way to the bakery section. The woman behind the counter spotted her, set down a pastry bag, and wiped the excess icing on her hands on a white apron. "What can I get you, dear?" "I'd like a birthday cake." The woman plopped an order pad on the metal counter and clicked a pen, ready to take notes. "Size?" "The largest you have." "Would you like a name on it?" "Yes, I'd like my own name on it." The woman looked up, surprised. "It's my birthday today." "All right, what's your name, dear?" "Daniel. You spell it with one N and one L." 50. In the fall of 2008, Adeline moved to Santa Barbara. Her mother was taking maternity leave from teaching that semester, and she felt that it was best to leave the Bay Area. There was too much risk of running into her father or being photographed. And besides, she knew from living with Daniel that San Andreas Capital had been based in Santa Barbara initially. For a while, she lived the life of a loner. She learned all she could about quantum physics. She planned the events she knew had to happen. In the winter evenings, she read by the fire. When the weather allowed, she took long walks, listening to audiobooks and learning foreign languages, including German, Korean, and Chinese. She kept in touch with her mother, who gave her updates on the infant that was now the center of her and her husband's lives. In March of 2009, as the stock market was reaching the nadir of the bear market brought on by the financial crisis, her mother remarked on a lengthy call that Sam wants to sell all of our stocks. He's convinced the bottom is going to fall out of everything. He wants to use the money to buy a bigger house. They're practically giving them away right now compared to prices a few years ago. Adeline glanced at a real-time quote of the S&P 500 on the monitor on her desk. The index was trading around 700. It had lost about half of its value from its recent peak. It didn't have much more to lose, but Adeline couldn't tell her mother that. And it answered some of how her parents would find themselves in such bad financial shape before Sam joined Absalom. The correct answer to her mother's question was to stay the course and stay invested in low-cost index funds and high-quality companies with long-term growth potential. Instead, Adeline said, "I don't know. I'm not much of an investor." Much as she wanted to, she couldn't change the past. Her job was to ensure everything happened as it had. If Adeline could use one word to describe her life in Santa Barbara, it would have been quiet. She lived on a quiet street, in a small, quiet-looking house, and she herself was quiet most of the time. She exercised and she studied, and she went to art galleries and a few bookstore readings for her favorite authors, and not much else. She was preparing for the future. She was also dreading it. In the summer of 2014, she drove her new Toyota Camry for 2 hours down to Beverly Hills, to the office of a plastic surgeon whose work no one knew about, but everyone saw on TV almost daily. He sat on a round, rolling stool, wearing a white coat, his hands pressed together as if he was about to pray. "Tell me, Daniel, what would you like to change about your appearance?" "My face." "And why is that?" "It's not quite right for my future." After recuperating from the cosmetic surgery, Adeline drove up to Stanford for the first time since leaving. It was her birthday, and she wanted to ride by her old house. The streets were quiet in the Crescent Park neighborhood of Palo Alto, where her family lived. Her parents had bought the modest home shortly after she had arrived in the world. Adeline now knew they had used the money from stock sales to make a down payment. The timing was wrong on the stock dispositions, but the house was a good investment. In front of the Spanish Revival home were letters in the yard that read "Happy 6th birthday." People were streaming into the backyard, carrying presents and smiling. Adeline recognized the group entering through the wooden gate. It was Elliot, his wife, and their only child, a son named Charlie, who had just turned 14 that summer. He was wearing a high school leather jacket and stood 2 inches taller than his father. Adeline didn't dare go in, but she vividly remembered one scene from the party, the one that was about to occur. Beyond that gate, her younger self was standing with 2 of her new friends from kindergarten. She was wearing a floral dress her mother had made for her. Approaching were 3 girls that lived nearby who also went to Adeline's school. For the past 2 weeks, the group of girls had heckled her mercilessly about her, in their words, homemade hobo clothes. Looking back now, Adeline figured it was simply the stress of starting school that made the girls lash out. Adeline had been an easy target. Her clothes looked different, so they picked on her. But that ended on her birthday. Charlie walked up, carrying her wrapped present. Within the hour, she would discover that it was a small speaker and microphone that could be tuned to different voice effects. Shortly after unwrapping it, she would overhear her father in the kitchen, opening a beer and handing it to Elliot as he said, "Seriously, dude, what did I ever do to you?" Adeline had loved that little singing machine. Her parents had likely popped champagne the night it broke, as she cried in her room. But there was to be no crying at the party, or on the way home from school after that, because the teasing about her homemade hobo clothes came to an end when Charlie handed her the gift and looked her up and down. "Adeline loved the dress. Where'd you get it?" Young Adeline had turned her head to the mean girls as she proudly said, "My mom made it." The memory made Adeline laugh. How large that event had seemed back then. Charlie was a football star, a high school heartthrob, and about the hottest thing on the block at the time. They hadn't been as close as siblings, more like cousins, and Adeline had never been more thankful than that moment. The memory also brought a stab of remorse for what was going to happen to him. Back in Santa Barbara, Adeline began the next phase of building the future. That began with San Andreas Capital. She registered the domain name San Andreas, CC. She figured using the CC domain extension emphasized the firm's tagline, compassionate capital. She put the word out that she was looking to make investments in early-stage private companies, but she didn't wait for pitches to arrive over the transom. She went after the companies she knew San Andreas had invested in. She also avoided startups that were too high profile, even though she knew they would succeed. She still needed to stay under the radar. Her first meeting was with a Korean biotech company called Sintran. The CEO was perhaps 10 years older than Adeline. Her name was Hana Kim, and she had been born in Korea, educated in the U.S., and returned to her native land to earn an MD, PhD, and start a company with a lot of promise and a huge need for capital. The woman sat in the conference room of the small office in Santa Barbara. A slide with statistics displayed on the projection screen behind her. This year, in 2014, the number of people waiting for an organ transplant reached an all-time high at 124,000. But the number of people waiting isn't why Sintran is in business. We're in business because of the number of people who die in the U.S. every day while waiting for a transplant. That number is 17. We're in business because we want it to be 0, here in the United States and around the world. We're going to make that a reality by providing synthetic, transplantable organs. Adeline liked the CEO. She didn't much like the company's valuation or the terms attached to the preferred stock being offered, but she accepted it. As Warren Buffett had once said, it was better to get a piece of a great company at a good price than a good company at a great price. She sensed that Sintran was a great company. The price she could live with. Increasingly, what she couldn't live with was the loneliness of her existence. In a way, she felt like her father must have in the Triassic, alone, stranded in time. That Christmas, as she stared at the fake tree in the bay window of her small home, she decided that she would remedy that in 2015. She couldn't stand being alone anymore. She knew Absalom would be founded in 3 years, but she didn't have 3 more years of solitude in her. It was time to get out, even if it broke the future. 51. In January of 2015, Adeline flew to San Francisco to attend a startup pitch competition. A small contribution to the event had bought a sponsorship for San Andreas Capital and an invite to the finals and the happy hour networking session after. The event took place on a Saturday night in a hotel ballroom with a large stage and a screen almost as large. The energy was electric, a mix of nerves and hopes, and a feeling like futures could turn on the success or failure of these moments. The audience included startup founders and investors and students, and a smattering of bloggers. The geek factor was high in the crowd. Most in attendance would rather talk about the future and extremely obscure details of their work than themselves. Adeline felt strangely at home. One presentation midway through the night impressed her more than the others, for its founder's style more than the company's substance, which she knew little about. The company was called Speedio, and the founder and CEO was standing on the stage, hands held out, his voice monotone. "Hi everyone, we're Speedio." On the projector screen, a picture appeared of a thin, toned man walking on a beach wearing nothing but a Speedo. The presenter faked a pained expression. "No, not that kind of Speedo. Speedio as in Speedio, your website's only hope of survival." The image changed to a picture of Keanu Reeves on a bus, leaning over Sandra Bullock, who was driving. "Since I know you pack of animals have the attention span of a rabid squirrel on meth, I'm going to lead with this. If your website drops below a certain speed, your whole business blows up, like Sandra Bullock's bus in an amazing movie that we're going to pretend has no sequel. On the screen, the image changed to a bar graph. The presenter shrugged. I hook you with memes, I close you with graphs. Here's what this one means. It's the bounce rate on the average home page on the web. For pages that take 2 seconds to load, on average, 9.6% of visitors bounce or leave. If your page takes 4 seconds to load, you've lost 17.1%. 6 seconds. He inhaled sharply. I don't like to even think about this fact, but I will use it to get your money. At 6 seconds, 27.4% of visitors roll out. Gone. Poof. Probably for good. There's very likely an Angelina Jolie, Nicolas Cage, gone in 60 seconds joke in there somewhere, but I'm too lazy to dig for it, and I'm already seeing some glassy eyes, which means that, sadly, and ironically, the presentation for a company that speeds up information delivery isn't going fast enough. That brought a bout of laughter from the crowd and sent the guy clicking forward a few slides. If you've got technical questions, hit me up in the Q&A, I'm here for you. For now, let's just keep it simple. We speed up websites. Fast websites keep their audience and make money. Slow ones, well, no one knows what happens to slow websites because no one knows about them. We have a free tier for small websites, and we charge for large sites. We're generating revenue. And we need money to scale, 'cause it turns out making your website really fast takes a ton of servers, and almost as many coders wearing very huge headphones and drinking very skinny Red Bulls. The next slide showed headshots of the company's founders. Here's the requisite. Our team is awesome. Slide with credentials that prove we're legit enough to date your rescue dog. The image changed to bar graphs and years written under them. And finally, our total addressable market is huge. As in, the whole internet needs to go faster, and we get paid to do that. The final slide was a picture of a black man sitting at a very old computer terminal. Adeline didn't understand it. Apparently, some others didn't either. For those of you meme ignoramuses out there, this is Richard Pryor in the movie Superman III, which taught us everything we need to know about high finance. If you take fractions of a penny a bunch of times, you get a whole bunch of pennies and eventually dimes, dollars, and gold-pressed latinum, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we do. We make a very, very small amount of money every time we make a web page load faster. Thus, the Superman III business model. And with that, I cordially, unabashedly, while making eye contact, invite you to deposit your cash money into my Speedo. The last line brought a wave of laughter and applause. As the questions began, Adeline decided that the CEO of Speedo was smart and funny, and probably a little overconfident, and all the things she had been missing in her life. His name was Nathan Hill, and Adeline didn't know if he was part of Daniel's past, but she decided that he was going to be part of her future, even if it broke causality, because she couldn't take being alone anymore. For that reason, she sat through the Q&A, unsure what some of the questions meant. So, a venture capitalist in the front row said, I get how you speed up static assets, images, Flash video, Java applets, but how are you handling dynamically generated pages? Say, an ASP.NET web form, for example. The view state is going to be different for potentially every visitor. Yes and no, Nathan said. Even for a web form, the vast majority of the page is static. We can compress that. Same for the view state even. Have you ever seen some of the names on these net controls? Like, what are the developers thinking? It's like a haiku poem or something. We take a name like TXT last name grandparent 1 and change it to C18. assuming it's the 18th web control on the page. That's like 20 bytes saved right there. We change the name back when we post the form data to the originating server for server-side processing. Doesn't sound like a lot, but if you save 20 characters for every control on the page, those bytes add up, like fractions of a penny in Superman III. After the event, Adeline approached him at the bar. "Hi." Nathan stooped to read her name tag. "Daniel Daneros, San Andreas Capital, not familiar but nice to meet you." She gripped his hand. Likewise, she stared into his eyes. "I'm interested." "Okay, wow, nice. What size investments does your fund typically make?" "I'm not interested in investing." They had dinner the next night in a hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant that had excellent chips and even better margaritas. About halfway through, Nathan dropped some of his bravado, but not all, and Adeline got to know the real him, the one he hid from the people at work and the venture capitalists on the phone. For the two of them from then on, being together was effortless. Adeline thought one of the reasons their relationship worked was that it never got serious enough to interfere with either of their true passions. For Nathan, it was his company. For Adeline, it was the future. Those two things were, sadly, the main attractions in each of their lives. But the relationship was enough to help Adeline hang on until the fall of 2018, when an alert popped up on her computer. It was a notification for a video she had been waiting 10 years to see, a video that would start it all. She clicked the link and sat back as it played on YouTube. In the clip, Elliot was standing on a stage with a picture of a spiderweb behind him. 30 years ago, scientists at CERN invented a web that changed the world. That web we all know today. We surf it on our phones and tablets and computers. But there's another web waiting to be discovered, one far more important. It connects to you and me and every atom in this room. The web I'm talking about is, like the World Wide Web, unseen and extremely powerful. This web is a quantum mesh created by entanglement, and it's going to change the world, even more than the last web. Adeline waited 2 days before she sent her email. "Dear Dr. Lucas, I saw your lecture on the quantum web at CERN. It's fascinating. In fact, I think your theories could be applied to create a technology with incredible potential. I'm the founder and managing partner at an early-stage venture capital fund. We're small, but we have extensive capability and capital to deploy. At your earliest convenience, I'd like to discuss the possibilities." Daniel Daneros, 52. In their first phone call, Elliot was resistant to Adeline's suggestion that his ideas on quantum entanglement could be commercialized. But Adeline was persistent. She sent an email the following day. "Dear Dr. Lucas, thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I know my ideas might seem far-fetched, but I assure you, we can make them a reality. You wouldn't be expected to toil on them alone. You can pick your team, and you are certainly not expected to take any risk. That's why firms like San Andreas exist. We know you have a comfortable teaching position and a well-respected lab at Stanford. If you decide to pursue Absalom, rest assured, there will be funding to compensate you for the risk and help you recruit the best and brightest to make this revolutionary technology a reality. Imagine this. If we can make instantaneous transportation of parcels from one point to another, anywhere in the world, affordable and accessible, we will change human society. I assure you that it's possible. In time. All I ask is that you keep an open mind and call me back if you reconsider." Daniel. Emailing Elliot made Adeline think of Charlie. She opened a window and did a search for him. She remembered the shape of what had happened, but not the details. An article on Palo Alto Online filled in those details. Charlie had been a passenger in the car when it was wrecked late on a Saturday night. The driver died. Charlie's right leg was shattered in 2 places, and 2 of his vertebrae were fractured. He had been a rising senior that summer before the crash, with a full athletic scholarship to USC. The injury had instantly ended his football career. There were doubts about whether he would ever walk again unaided. The college had agreed to honor the scholarship, but Charlie never made it there. Adeline remembered some of what happened next. She was too young then to have heard the full details, whether it was the pain medications he took for his injuries or the trauma of having his future changed in an instant. But it led him down a dark, spiraling path from which he never returned. Adeline understood a little of that now, how a life could change in the blink of an eye. She knew there was even more pain ahead for Charlie, and for her. When Nathan had texted and invited Adeline up to Mountain View, she knew something was up. At their favorite Vietnamese restaurant, he slid a small velvet box across the table. Adeline swallowed and stared at it like it was a venomous snake. "Relax," he said. "It's not what you think. Well, it sort of is, but look, just open it." Inside, Adeline found 2 very large diamond earrings. Diamond earrings she hadn't seen in 10 years, since she had sold them at a jewelry store the first day she arrived in the past. She stared at them, her mind reeling. Had he bought them from the store? Did he know she wasn't from this time? Was this his way of telling her? She had always held Nathan at arm's length, never letting him get close enough to discover the truth about her. Maybe she had gotten sloppy. If so, what did it mean? Was the present about to shatter as she held the 2 diamond earrings? "You hate them," he said. "I love them. We sold it." Adeline looked up. "Speedio. We got the wire transfer yesterday. I couldn't tell you because of the NDA." Adeline nodded. She was starting to breathe again. "The sale has given me a lot to think about. I've spent way too much time on that company in the last few years. I want to change that. I want to spend more time with you. I want to see where things go. Maybe move in together." Adeline closed the box and pushed it back across the table. Daniel's words echoed in her mind. "Someone very special gave them to me. Someone who's no longer in my life." Since arriving in 2008, Adeline had assumed that the future version of herself had given the stones to her. But that wasn't the person she was referring to. Nathan was that person. "I can't give you what you want." He squinted. "What do you mean?" "The thing is, I'm starting a company of my own now. And like yours, it's going to take a lot of my time. I think it's what I'm meant to do at this point in my life." Nathan shook his head. "Ships in the night, I get off as you get on." Adeline motioned to the velvet box. "Should." But she knew what he was going to say. "Keep them. I want you to have them." The next day, she took the earrings to a jeweler. "I need to know, is there anything engraved on these stones?" In small letters. The man put the stone under a microscope and said, without looking up, "No. They're completely clean, not even a GIA inscription." "I need something engraved on them." Adeline took a piece of paper and scribbled down the phone number for Shen Photo. Adeline received an email from Elliot the following day. "Dear Daniel, I actually discussed our meeting with a few colleagues of mine. We'd like to hear more about what you're proposing. No promises, but I'll say we're intrigued. Elliot." Adeline smiled. She would soon see her father again. And then she would have almost 10 years before she lost him again, and in those 10 years, she hoped, was the answer to getting him back. 53. For reasons Adeline couldn't quite identify, she was nervous about the meeting with the scientists who would found Absalom Sciences. Maybe it was because she hadn't seen her father in 10 years. In his mind, in the case of Daniel Daneros, they were meeting for the first time. Would it be awkward? Would she be able to hide the emotions she knew would come during the meeting? If living in the past had taught her anything, it was how to be a good liar. But even this would be a challenge. She decided to have her associate partner sit in on the meeting and ask questions. His name was Greg, and he was a recent Stanford MBA. He was a ninja with a spreadsheet, golfed constantly, and loved grilling startup founders. It was almost like a sport for him, as if he thought a certain amount of verbal pain had to be endured before an early-stage investment was allowable. Adeline told him to go easy on this group. They were scientists, not steel cage fighters. A few months before the meeting, she had purchased a historic home on Cowper Street in Palo Alto. It was a Queen Anne-style house that had been used by a law firm, which had outgrown it. She had it furnished, but the 7,000 square feet home wasn't staffed. She could have had some of her staff come up from Santa Barbara, but she didn't much see the point. Adeline and Greg would do the meeting alone. They waited in the foyer for the scientists to arrive. Every few minutes, she wiped her hands on her dress and tried to focus on her breathing. Why was she so nervous? The door opened and Elliot strode in. Dark bags hung under his eyes. He looked haggard, as if the weight of the world was crushing him. He introduced Constance, who looked sick even then. To Adeline, she looked as fragile as the woman she had known in Absalom City. Nora had the same haunted countenance as Elliot, and so did Adeline's father. She knew why. He had recently gotten bad news about his wife's cancer. Even at age 10, Adeline had seen how hard it had hit him. Hira was last through the door and the most aloof. He was one of the greatest minds of the group, but easily the least social. In the conference room, Elliot said, "Did you rent this place for the meeting?" "No, in fact, I recently purchased it, with the intent of making it an incubator for startups." "It's a good location," Sam said. "It's actually a few blocks from our homes." Adeline smiled. "Perhaps it's a sign." The meeting lasted an hour, and at the end, Adeline asked the partner in her firm to leave. When he was gone, she addressed the scientists. "There's one last item I'd like to discuss." Elliot leaned back in the room chair. "And what's that?" "My role," Adeline said. "I want to be more than the person who funds this venture." "What do you mean?" "I want to be part of it." "How?" Elliot asked. He seemed more nervous now. Perhaps he sensed that something was amiss, that she knew that they had been faking their enthusiasm, that she was testing them. Adeline pressed on before he could say any more. "What we're talking about here, Absalom, is monumental. It's a foundational technology like few before it. Consider its predecessors, the printing press. Thanks to Gutenberg's machine, for the first time, information could be carried across long distances, granted at the speed of a horse or a ship. The telegram enabled text messages to be sent instantly. The telephone transported a voice instantly across vast distances. The web gave us instant access to pictures and text and video from anywhere in the world. And now Absalom. Soon, matter itself will be able to travel anywhere in the blink of an eye, just like text and voice and video." Adeline paused, watching the group. They were nervous. Her enthusiasm was a sharp contrast to their own doubts which they were hiding. But she needed to continue the ruse. Both sides did if the future was to occur as it had. She pressed on. Imagine how Absalom will change the world. I want to be part of that, for the sake of history. You might think I'm not qualified, you're wrong. I don't have a college degree in physics or anything else. In finance, I had a mentor, but everything else I've learned, I've taught myself alone. And in my work, for the most part, I've been alone. I'm ready for that to change. I want to be part of a team. As I said, I don't have a formal education in this field, but I am a scientist in the strictest definition of the term. I'm an expert in the underlying science. I've studied it, and I've done my own research. That research has led me to Absalom, and I know I can contribute to the work that still needs to be done. As the group was leaving, Adeline's father lingered in the doorway of the conference room. I wanted to say that while this, he motioned to the projector mounted on the ceiling, idea is promising, it's still risky. Adeline thought if he only knew. What Adeline didn't realize was how seeing her father would change her. She had always heard that you didn't appreciate something until you lost it. Well, she had lost her father once. She couldn't do it again. She knew she would have to. In 9 years, she would have to stand in that box in Absalom City and watch him travel to the past. The question was what she could do about it. Her plan, all this time, had been to discover who truly killed Nora, prove her father's innocence after he left via Absalom, and bring him home. But what if that wasn't possible? What would she do then? She could hardly bear to think about it. To Adeline, there seemed to be only one solution. If she couldn't prove her father's innocence, if she couldn't clear his name, she would still bring him home, and they would live in exile. That night, a plan began to form in her mind. A plan to build a place where she and her father and brother could go, and no one would find them. They could build a new life and live in peace, without wondering if the authorities would find her father. That place was an island in the Pacific. In the future, Elliot had told Adeline that Daniel had bought an island and was developing it, but until that moment, she had never understood what Daniel's plan had been. She saw it now. The island was a refuge of last resort if she couldn't clear her father's name. The island became her secret project. She began researching seasteading to expand it and hired contractors to draw up plans to create the ultimate self-sustaining escape. Off the grid, off the map, a place to disappear to. When the legal documents for Absalom Sciences were ready to be signed, Hiro requested a meeting with Adeline. They met at the office on Cowper Street one morning, both sipping coffee in the conference room. I don't want to own my shares, Hiro said. Why? Risk. Adeline shook her head. You'll be paid in addition to the equity. Not that risk. The risk is that I'll sell the shares and spend the money. I want you to control a trust that owns my shares and only allow me to sell a small percentage each year. The rest should go to these charities when I'm gone. Hiro slid a page across the table. Why? I have a sickness. Adeline studied him. She knew what his sickness was, and she knew he would feel better once he told her. She waited as he spoke slowly, staring at the floor. It's the same reason I don't have a wife or a family. He looked up quickly. It's not that kind of sickness. It's a compulsion I've never been able to control. I gamble. The confession from Hiro wasn't the only one Adeline received that week. She woke the next morning to an email from Constance, requesting a meeting at her home. Adeline arrived that afternoon, and she was reminded of that day she had visited her in Absalom City, of how terrified she had been back then, of what she had seen. This meeting started in the same way, with the two of them sipping tea in the living room, the doors to the backyard open. If we're going to be partners, I think it's only fair that I tell you something you should know about me, about my health. Constance set the mug down on the glass table with a clink. I'm sick. I have been for a few years, and I'm getting worse. She opened her mouth to continue but seemed to reconsider. Actually, I think I should show you. She rose and made her way upstairs, to a room on the front of the home. The hairs on Adeline's arm stood on end. It was as if she was reliving the scene from her past and Constance's future. The woman reached out a skinny hand and turned the handle to a bedroom with no bed, only pictures on the wall and notes. Adeline had seen these very pictures and notes before, in the bedroom in Absalom City. Only here, there were fewer pictures, as if Constance was only now beginning to build the tableau. She walked close to the wall and studied a photo of a young man in his 20s, holding a large glass full of beer in a pub. After college, I took a year off before going to grad school. I was restless and wild back then. My father had just died. I was mad at the world. I had enough money saved up to travel, to not work and simply indulge. And I did. I spent a hedonistic summer in Europe, a downright shameful fall in Hong Kong, a winter full of debauchery in Australia. I arrived home in California that spring out of money and ready to live a normal life again. Constance turned and clasped her hands together. But time and money aren't all that reckless interlude cost me. I didn't know it until years later, but somewhere along the way, I contracted HIV, and I very surely passed it along to others during my romp around the world. Constance inhaled. I thought you should know. That's my interest in Absalom. The treatments for the disease have come a long way, and I want to get the best care possible, but it's more than that. I want to use the money to find whoever I might have infected, to notify them and offer to get them care as well. Adeline stepped deeper into the room, scanning the pictures. It all made sense now. I hope that doesn't change anything, Constance said. It doesn't, Adeline whispered. The past is the past. But she wondered if it did, if Constance's secret was the piece she was looking for, if it somehow connected to Nora's murder in a way she didn't yet understand. 54. With the founding of Absalom Sciences, Adeline moved to Palo Alto. She bought a small home a block away from her parents' house and Elliot's house. For a while, her life was solely focused on work. At the Queen Anne-style mansion on Cowper, the small team refined the design for the Absalom prototype. They worked late most nights, kicking around ideas and running computer simulations. Adeline got to see a side of her father and the Absalom founders she had never known, what they were like in those early days, at work, behind closed doors. Hiro easily logged the most hours. He even slept in his office some nights. When he was in the midst of a technical problem, it dogged him like a ghost haunting his mind. And it was a brilliant mind. When his work came to a logical stop, he would take 2 days off. Sometimes it was the weekend. Other times it was the middle of the week. He simply disappeared and returned, not exactly looking refreshed but ready to work again. Adeline knew where he went. She had seen it in the future. Sam and Elliot worked closely together, like two physics detectives working a case, sharing notes and drawing on a whiteboard. Both men looked stressed, and Adeline knew it was not because of the load at work, but because of the challenges at home, the problems they couldn't solve. Nora and Constance worked together on the machine's hardware, trying to integrate Sam and Elliot's theoretical ideas with Hiro's software. They were the bridge between those two islands, and in a way, they were their own island, working away from the group most of the time. That was fine with Adeline. Whether it was conscious or not, she had avoided Nora. She knew what would happen to her, and that getting close would only make it tougher for Adeline to see that her murder occurred. One night at 2 a.m., Adeline's phone vibrated on her bedside table. She had always been a light sleeper. The stress of starting Absalom and ensuring things happened exactly as they had before had only made her more restless. She answered the call and heard Hyro's voice on the line, sounding agitated. "I need an advance on my salary." "How much?" "20,000. "Hyro, I'm at the Bellagio. 10 to pay my marker and 10 so I can win everything back." Adeline sat up in bed. "You know I'm good for it," Hyro said. "I'll sell you some of my stock." "You're not selling any stock. I'll send the money, but promise me, when it's gone, you'll come home." "If it's gone." "If and when do we have a deal?" That became a pattern, with Adeline serving as Hyro's financial firewall, and Vegas giving him the release between long work sessions. Constance periodically left for medical treatment and to visit someone from her past, to notify them of her medical condition and provide any assistance she could, including financial and moral support. In the days leading up to those trips, Constance always looked stricken, as if the disease was overtaking her. Adeline soon learned that it wasn't that. It was the anticipation of what was to come, of delivering what might be a death sentence to someone from her past. Many of the people she came into contact with had already presented with symptoms of the disease. A small number hadn't, and some tested negative. Adeline could tell how the visits had gone, the person's outcome, just from Constance's demeanor upon her return. HIV was slowly destroying her immune system, leaving her vulnerable to a deadly infection. But it was what Constance had decided to do about her past that was killing her. And Adeline admired that, her courage and her honesty and her sacrifices. In fact, it made Adeline feel guilty for ever suspecting her of murder. Constance was perhaps the most selfless person she had ever met. In the months that followed, Adeline caught glimpses of the other secrets the Absalom Six were keeping. Outside the door to Elliot's office, she heard him pacing, talking on the phone, sounding exhausted. "I don't care if he hates the counselors. You tell him we moved heaven and earth to get him in there. If he leaves, that's it. He's cut off." A pause. Elliot sounded even more helpless when he spoke again. "Well, what choice do we have? If we don't draw the line, he will keep pushing our boundaries, Claire. We talked about this. We've got to take a stand, for our sake and his." One morning at the team's weekly check-in, Sam was late. "I'll go get him," Adeline had said, rising and leaving the conference room before anyone could object. She found the door to his office cracked. Her father was sitting in a desk chair, swiveled toward the window, a phone held to his ear. "I'm going with you, Sarah, I told you." Adeline pushed the door open slowly, but he didn't see her. "I'm well aware that I've started a new job, and if I get fired, so be it, I'm going. I want to be there to advocate for you." He turned suddenly, realizing Adeline was in the room. She held her hands up, backed out, and closed the door. He opened it a minute later. "I'm sorry." "No," Adeline said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have barged in. The meeting slipped my mind. You've got a lot on your plate. I need to ask for some time off." Adeline stepped into the office and closed the door behind her. "You don't have to ask for time off. I'm not your boss, Sam. I'm your partner, And partners take care of each other. You need time off. You take time off. I also have something that might help. Adeline's father raised his eyebrows. Annette Jet's card. Traveling with a sick family member is tough enough. This will make it easier. And you can schedule the return flight when you're ready, just in case you need to stay longer for more treatment or recovery. Adeline realized another thing about time and families then. If you live long enough, the role of who takes care of whom gets reversed. That wasn't the only role that had reversed. In Absalom City, after her father had been sent into the past, Adeline had been the one in the dark, racing to try to unravel everyone's secrets. Now she was the one with the secrets. She had the power. She was pulling the strings. She was controlling the past, which led her to a question she hadn't entertained before: how much the past had already been changed by someone else. If she was an agent acting on the past, had there been others? Finding out wouldn't be easy, but she had all the pieces she needed. A week after he returned, Adeline's father leaned into her office and said, "Thanks again for the jet." He laughed and shook his head, as if still in disbelief. "It was amazing." "You're welcome. Glad I could do it. Sarah would like to finally meet you and say thanks. Are you free for dinner one night soon?" "I am, any time." Adeline had been expecting the invitation at some point. She had been both looking forward to it and dreading it. In so many ways, she was finally going home, to the place where she had grown up and where her mother had grown sicker. It was the place where they had become a family, and where that family had been shattered. On a Thursday in late November, Adeline stood on the stoop of her childhood home, watching the leaves of the maple trees rattle in the wind, the orange, red, gold, and brown tones mixing together as if the trees were on fire. The door opened, and Sam ushered Adeline inside. Ryan was sitting on the floor of the living room, playing with magnetic blocks. The boy was about 5 years old, and at his father's behest, he did a minimalist greeting and returned to building his castle. As her mother approached, Adeline extended her hand, but the woman held out her arms and hugged her. Adeline thought her mother's arms felt frail, but her eyes still showed a strength that warmed Adeline's heart. Her counterpart was nowhere to be found. Young Adeline was likely at a friend's house, supposedly doing homework while actually gossiping the night away. It was an unusually warm night, so they had dinner on the porch, her mother wrapped in a shawl, her father in the V-neck sweater he had worn to work. When the meal was done, Adeline's mother rose to clear the plates, but Adeline reached out and gently gripped her mother's wrist. "Please, let me." When the dishes were collected, Adeline's mother showed her the sewing room. "It used to be a nursery for Ryan. I've been working in here since." Adeline thought she was going to say, "since I got sick." Instead, she said, "since I stopped teaching." Adeline picked up 2 pieces of cloth, consulted the pattern her mother had printed off the internet, and held them under the needle at the sewing machine. "Would you mind?" Her mother smiled, "Not at all." A minute later, when the sewing machine whined down to silence, her mother shook her head. "Didn't know you sewed." "My mom taught me." "Same here. I've been trying to get Adeline into it, but she has zero interest." She studied the pieces of cloth. "It's been good therapy for me, takes my mind off of everything, and makes me feel like I'm creating something to leave behind that they'll remember me by." Adeline nodded. She didn't trust her voice enough to speak. Someone her mother just met wouldn't be as emotional as she felt then. "Lately," her mother said, "I've been too tired to make much progress. I mostly sit in here finding patterns for quilts that I will probably never make, but it feels good to have plans. Adeline didn't know if she meant plans for the quilts or a plan to make them, a plan to live that long. She tried as hard as she could steady her own voice. I could help you. I couldn't ask you. I'd enjoy it. I lost my mother a long time ago. It would be kind of nice to sew again. It would remind me of her. They began that night, and once again, Adeline sensed that it wasn't just pieces of cloth they were sewing together. For her, she was joining the pieces of the past, and it made her so happy. 55. In the months that followed, Adeline spent several evenings a week at her childhood home, sewing and talking and enjoying those fleeting moments with her mother. She was doing what she wished she had done as a child. Back then, Adeline had always assumed her mother would get better, that it would all pass. Losing her had been unimaginable. That's part of why it had hit her so hard. The pieces of fabric weren't the only things she was assembling. In the Nevada desert, she was buying large tracts of land. The previous year, she had acquired a solar company, and they were already getting permits for the expansive solar field that would become known as the Sea of Glass. The plans she filed with the state and federal regulatory agencies called for a massive power plant that could bring cheaper energy to the region. But she knew the power wouldn't be sold. It would be used to send people to the past, including her father someday. In the Absalom Sciences Lab in Palo Alto, the machine was close to completion, or failure, depending on one's perspective. Thousands of miles away, in the middle of the Pacific, Absalom Island was progressing nicely. The port was operational, and construction was well underway on the housing village, offices, and recreational facilities. She had told the construction companies that she was building a resort. Her checks had cleared, so they hadn't asked any other questions. One Thursday morning, Elliot gathered everyone in the lab. He held up a small silver bar with an Absalom Sciences serial number. Ladies and gentlemen, behold one of the biggest, and possibly most expensive, scientific blunders in human history. And unfortunately, our blunder. He placed the tuning bar in a small Absalom prototype, closed the door, and nodded to Sam, who typed on a keyboard. A second later, the lights dimmed, and through the glass window on the door, the box flashed, and the bar was gone. At the computer, Sam said, "Quantum entanglement tracking confirms that the bar should be 300 miles away, in Death Valley." He clicked the mouse, and a live video stream appeared. Sam switched to the recorded footage, showing that there was nothing there. Elliot and I have repeated this exercise. His head tilted back, gaze fixed on the ceiling. 4,218,000 times. Same thing every time. Entanglement tracking confirms the payload was delivered, yet it's not there. Hiro spoke then. Maybe the transmission process destroys the payload or breaks it down. Maybe the atoms are shattered into subatomic particles and scattered at the delivery site, i.e. it's there, but it's in trillions of tiny pieces. Our tracking says the entangled particles are still intact. What this means, Nora said, is that the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is true. Absalom works. It just doesn't work the way we expected. There's another problem, Hiro said. I haven't been able to solve the energy requirements. Frankly, even if these payloads were arriving in our universe, the power required to transport any meaningful amount of mass would be cost-prohibitive. Even if we solve the technical aspects, financially, based on the cost of energy, it will never be practical to ship things this way. Adeline sensed that her moment had arrived. This isn't a failure. It's what Bob Ross called a happy accident. Elliot grimaced. Bob Ross, the guy at University of Detroit Mercy. Not that Bob Ross, Adeline said. The landscape painter. Sam held his hands out beside his head. The guy with the big hair. That's the one, Adeline said. What we have here is a Bob Ross-style happy accident. He said we never make mistakes on the canvas. Only happy accidents. And we need to figure out how to use this accident. We're certainly not the first in history to find ourselves in this position. Alexander Fleming found penicillin completely by accident. He went on vacation for 2 weeks and returned to find mold growing over his Petri dishes, mold that prevented the growth of staphylococci. Even the discovery of plastic was an accident, so was the microwave and gunpowder. Adeline glanced around the room at the 5 scientists. We've discovered something here. We just need to figure out why the world needs it. Adeline knew the answer, but she wanted to give it some time. Time was, after all, what it was all about. 2 seminal events in her past were drawing closer, and Adeline dreaded each one. Absalom Sciences had moved into a larger building in Palo Alto, but the individual offices of the Absalom 6 were still close enough for her to hear signs of stress outside of work. Increasingly, Elliot was growing desperate and frustrated with Charlie. The whispered calls had become shouting matches. In the mornings, he drank more coffee, and his eyes were more bloodshot, either from crying the previous night or drinking alcohol or both. On her calendar, Adeline had circled the date that Charlie's suffering would come to an end. She dreaded that night, and she knew she had to be there. The past couldn't be changed. She would walk down that street and look at the convenience store's security camera and go into that apartment. She knew what she would find there. Another date loomed large in her mind, her mother's death. She had contemplated trying to stop it 1,000,000 times, but that would break causality and the universe. And besides, there was no cure for her at this time. Maybe there never would be. Maybe time couldn't cure everything, despite what her father had said. She visited her mother more frequently then. Adeline knew she was trying to hang on to something that she couldn't stop, as though time itself was sand slipping through her fingers. At the door one evening, Adeline came face to face with her younger counterpart. The girl was 12 and cocked her head impatiently and yelled, "Mom, your sewing buddy is here." She stormed out without another word, off into the evening, likely to a friend's house nearby to homework gossip or indulge in social media feeds. As an adult now, it was hard to even remember herself being that moody and self-absorbed as a teen. Yet there it was. Adeline's mother appeared in the small foyer, a kind smile on her face. "You're more than a sewing buddy to me." Adeline laughed, likewise. The quilt they worked on that night was one they had been laboring on for weeks. It was a photo mosaic made from hundreds of family photos of Adeline's youth, of her mother, her father, and Ryan. The individual photos combined to represent a picture of the whole family at home in front of the Christmas tree. A stab had gone through Adeline's heart when her mother had shown her the pattern she'd created with a website called Mosaic Quilt, because she knew it was the last thing she had sewn. All this time, Adeline had wondered if her mother knew how it would end, if she had selected the mosaic quilt as a sort of swan song for her hobby and her life. If so, it was fitting. The tiles and pictures were little slivers of a shared existence together, hundreds of moments that, when knit together, formed the tapestry of a life. A family's journey together, one that would soon have no more pictures with the 4 of them. Her mother was laying out the quilt's batting when she said, I was just going to make one for the living room, but now I think I'll make 3. She set out another layer, so they'll all have one. A part of Adeline wanted to ask, why not 4, so you'll all have one? But she didn't need to. She knew then that her mother knew somehow. Instead, she steadied her voice and said, I think it's a great idea. As she was walking home that night, under the maple trees and the streetlights, Adeline thought about that quilt, about the pictures that formed a larger image. There was a truth there somewhere, just out of her mind's reach. For some reason, she thought about Constance's room with the photos of the people from her past, and Elliot's room with the photos from the night Charlie died. Once again, in her mind's eye, she saw herself on that street in Menlo Park, looking at the camera. That was it, the world as a quilt of photos. All of history was a sort of photo mosaic waiting to be seen, and so was her life. More than ever, Adeline was sure there was a larger montage here, and she felt that there was a missing piece, a missing scene, that would join all the strips of film together, creating a loop with a beginning, middle, and end that all made sense once you had seen it all and zoomed out. That's what she had been missing, that seminal scene, that piece of cloth that tied the others together. She was going to find it. The next day, Adeline was sitting in the office of another company in Palo Alto, one named after the seeing stones in The Lord of the Rings. The man across the table was one she had known for years from her time as a venture capitalist in the Bay Area. What can we do for you, Adeline? I need a piece of software, one I believe you specialize in. What kind is that? One that can take a photo as input and find it in a supplied data source of images and videos. He smiled. Sure, we can do that. Most of our clients sign an annual operating contract. We can notify you in real time when we identify matches until you've found the person. That's not what I'm looking for. I'd like you to create the software, and I want to be able to operate it. I supply a photo, and it searches the data sources for matches. And speaking of sources, I want to license any that you're able to supply. I'd also like intros to government agencies and any other organizations you think might be willing to sell data. That evening, Adeline was thinking about all the pieces in her life, of the past, the present, and the future, and the piece that was missing, the one that might tie it all together when the doorbell rang. She rose and opened the door, and on her stoop, under the glow of the porch light, was Nora, standing in a 3/4 length black trench coat, a floral dress on underneath, smiling at her. Hi. Hi, Adeline said. I wasn't expecting you. An awkward pause passed as Nora stared at her, and Adeline finally swung the door open. But come on in, of course. Good to see you. She wondered if the tension was obvious to Nora. As the door closed, Nora shrugged. I figured it was time we talked. Adeline swallowed. About. I thought we could start with all the things we haven't talked about. 56. Adeline studied Nora's face. Slowly, terror was growing inside of her. Did Nora know her secret? Had she finally figured it all out? Nora must have seen the fear in Adeline's eyes. She held up her hands. I just meant that it feels like maybe you and I got off on the wrong foot or something. All these years, the group has become so close, but it just feels to me like there's a gulf between us. Nora smiled, eyebrows rising. Am I imagining that? You're not imagining it, Adeline said quietly. She knew she was on precarious ground here. Where it led, she wasn't sure she wanted to go. Can we sit? Nora asked. In the living room, Adeline took Nora's coat, and they sat by the fire. Do you ever get this sense that everything around us is a slow-motion catastrophe? Adeline didn't trust her voice to speak. She nodded, still wondering if Nora knew more than she was admitting. Not just this crazy pandemic, it's closer to home. For Sam and Elliot, the things they love are slipping away. Hyro and Connie are fighting their demons, different demons but both soul-consuming. Nora took a deep breath. And then there's you and me, two islands in the middle of the storm, both single women, career-oriented. It seems like we have a lot in common, but I don't really know much about you, Danny. And I was sitting at home thinking, why is that? And why don't I do something about that? Adeline swallowed. This was dangerous. The more she revealed about herself, the more likely it was that Nora would figure out her secret. If she did, she might alter the past. But that was only half the issue. Adeline knew that in 7 years, Nora was going to die, possibly at Adeline's hands. Getting close might make the things she had to do harder. Adeline knew what it was like to lose someone close to her. Instinctively, she knew she was scared of getting close again. Nora smiled. Anyway, I was drinking wine from a box and I just thought, why don't I go over and take a chance? With the lockdown, I know she's at home. Everyone's at home. We can't exactly go anywhere, but I thought maybe we could talk, or binge-watch TV, or just read in the same room, or play a board game. Nora's gaze shifted to the window. I probably shouldn't say this, but I feel like Absalom is coming to an end. Frankly, I can't see what use our machine that beams matter to nowhere could be to anyone. I know you've invested a lot money and your time, and I want you to get it all back. I really do. Maybe we can license it for research to universities or government labs, but it feels like that will end our involvement in it. And tonight, I thought, maybe this is our last chance to get to know each other. And I was a little sad about that, frankly. Like I had missed an opportunity to get to know someone great. Wait, that sounds super weird. I think I mentioned the wine earlier. There was wine involved. If you kick me out, let's blame the wine tomorrow. Deal. Adeline laughed. I'm not kicking you out. Good, that would be so awkward. We don't do awkward here. Nora laughed, a heartfelt belly laugh that she physically shook off, her head tossing from side to side. Adeline thought the woman indeed seemed a little drunk. When the laugh subsided, Nora's tone was more reflective. I've always been an introvert, but this lockdown has been too much solitude even for me. Same. It works on you, Nora said. Being alone. Like every day is a replay of the one before. The isolation has also made me realize some things. It's like the music stopped on human civilization, and we were all marching around, going through life, mostly unaware of what we didn't have. And now that I have to sit at home and just think, I've finally recognized that I'm truly and utterly alone. But it's not just being alone. I feel like there's no one in my life who really understands me. Nora swallowed and closed her eyes. And I think my wine-induced soul outpouring just violated the we don't do awkward policy. Adeline laughed. Updated policy, we do awkward for the sake of soul outpouring. Nora held a finger up theatrically. Wine-induced soul outpouring. I'm blaming wine. Actually, I think wine-induced soul outpouring is exactly what this world needs right now. Even if it gets awkward, it's totally worth it. In that case, it feels like we're missing something. Adeline smiled and rose and retreated to the butler's pantry and returned with an uncorked bottle of Chardonnay. It's not from a box. I'll let it slide this time. Adeline poured 2 glasses nearly to the rim, and both women took a long sip. What now? Nora asked. Do we drink wine and keep complaining and blaming said wine? Adeline let her head fall to the side. Doesn't quite seem like our style. No, it doesn't. What does? Board games, Nora said. Yes, Adeline agreed. Board games until we're too brain-dead to play. Or drunk, Nora added, not saying that will happen. That would never happen to us. We don't get drunk, we just get tired. Exactly. And when we get too tired to play board games, we binge-watch TV, Adeline said, completing the sentence. Nora took a long sip of wine. I like this plan. There's just one problem. Nora raised her eyebrows. The potential for a bad binge. A bad binge? Adeline nodded with mock seriousness. It's a situation that arises when two or more people are binge-watching TV together, and one or more people aren't into the show. But they're too afraid to say anything because they perceive that other members of the party are into it. They endure hours of the show, suffering from extreme boredom under the watchful eye of an unknowing loved one, unable to call out for help. It's what's formally known as a bad binge. Nora paused. Wait, is that a real thing? No, I just made it up. Nora threw her head back and laughed. But it is real, it happens. It totally happens, and needs to be planned for. Nora held her wine glass up, saluting Adeline. That's why you get paid the big bucks. You think of everything, always imagining what could go wrong. You have no idea, Adeline thought. So how do we avoid a bad binge? Nora asked. Mandatory check-ins. At the 15-minute mark in episode 1, we hold our fists out and do a thumbs up or thumb down. Same at the end of episode 1 and 2. We need 2 thumbs up to continue. It's a little dorky, but it could work. It will work, and yes, it's extremely dorky. Adeline refilled their wine glasses, and they started the board games phase of the evening, sitting at the table in the dining room, playing Scrabble, music on in the background. 30 minutes later, Adeline was laying down the tiles for the word relativity. The next morning in the lab, most of the Absalom 6 were sitting around a raised metal table, looking haggard and tired. Hiro had recently returned from a trip to Vegas. Adeline had last talked to him at 3 a.m. the previous night and knew he was returning $100,000 poorer. She had cut him off, which was perhaps the only reason he was back at all. Constance had been up late doing a video conference with someone from her past who lived in Australia. Adeline could tell from her countenance that the person had been sick and that the experience was weighing on her. Adeline looked up to find Nora staring at her across the metal table, a cup of coffee in her hand, a subtle grin on her lips. Adeline had to admit, last night had been the most fun she had had in a long, long time. They weren't the only two who were slightly hungover. Elliot was guzzling coffee, as if the dark liquid could vanquish the fatigue and stress that grew every day. Sam's late, he said. Adeline rose. I'll get him. She once again found the door to his office cracked, but he wasn't sitting in the chair this time. He was standing at the window, staring out in a daze, with no idea Adeline was there. In the reflection, she could see the tears creeping down his face. Sam. He jumped at the word, as if a needle had pricked him. He ran his forearm across his face, the sweater soaking up the tears. Has it started? I lost track of time. You should go home. No, we need to figure this out. If we don't, we'll lose everything we've worked for, all the money you put in. Forget the work and the money. Go home, Sam. He inhaled and shook his head. I'm not leaving you all to figure this out alone. I lied before, Sam. He squinted at her. I told you we were partners. We're not. I'm still the majority owner of this company. I control it. At the end of the day, I call the shots here, and I'm telling you to go home." His chest heaved, but he didn't move. "Besides," Adeline said, stepping out of the office, "I already figured out what we're going to do with Absalom. We don't need you right now, but somebody does." He barreled past her then, his eyes full of emotion, hurt from what she had said, or because of what was waiting for him at home, of what was happening in slow motion. The knowledge that these moments would be his last with the love of his life. At the stairwell, he looked back, and Adeline thought he understood because his eyes said thanks, but his mouth didn't move. When he was gone, she returned to the lab and the 4 waiting scientists, who sat silently at the table, all seeming to contemplate the things hanging heavy in their lives. "Sam can't make it." No one said a word. They knew why he couldn't make it. Like any real friends, they felt some part of his grief. "I have an idea," Elliot said. "I've given it a lot of thought." All eyes turned to him. "Nuclear fuel rods." No one said anything to his pronouncement. "It's quite simple," Elliot said. "We offer a waste disposal service. Spent nuclear fuel rods are radioactively dangerous for about 10,000 years. We put the rods in Absalom, transport them to an alternate universe, and the world is rid of them." "Yes, but not the world they arrive in," Constance said. "We can't just dump our poison on another world because it helps us." "Of course we can," Elliot said. "The world is full of people dumping their poison on others for profit." It didn't take a leap of imagination for Adeline to see where Elliot was coming from. The poison he was talking about wasn't nuclear. It was what Charlie was putting in his arm, the poison that had torn Elliot's family apart. She also knew what Constance was really thinking. The root of her aversion was in her own past. She had spent half her life cleaning up the wreckage of one reckless year abroad. "Technically speaking," Nora said, "we would be shipping them to a copy of our world, a world where humans are destined to evolve. That means, if the rods don't go back far enough in time, the radiation could alter the biology of species predating humanity, which could impact the advent of the human race. We could be causing an extinction event in a universe we created at the moment we used Absalom to send the rods back." Elliot shrugged. "Who cares? We created the split universe. It's ours to destroy." "I don't see it that way," Constance said. "We should be mindful of our consequences. Even if it feels right now, we could regret it." "There's another solution," Adeline said. "Prisoners." Adeline took a page from her pocket. "The latest stats I could find were from 2019, but that year there were over 2 million Americans in either prison or jail, including 2,570 people on death row. That's down from a peak of 3,601 in 2000. Constance held a hand up. "Wait a second, what exactly are you proposing?" Elliot set his coffee mug down. "She's saying we do the same thing I was proposing with nuclear fuel rods on murderers and terrorists." Adeline held out her hands. "I'm simply saying that we license Absalom to justice departments to use as they see fit." Constance closed her eyes. "We've created a death machine." "On the contrary," Elliot said, "today killers are put to death. With Absalom, they will be given life under the sun in the past, where they can live out their lives in the only peace this universe has to offer them." "We should get the licensing fee up front," Hiro said. "The Supreme Court will surely rule it cruel and unusual. I favor a no-return policy." Constance still had her eyes closed. She was wavering on the stool. Adeline thought she was going to pass out. Instead, she pitched forward, opened her mouth, and emptied the contents of her stomach on the metal table. 57. That night, when Adeline went to visit her mother, Sam opened the door. "How did it go today?" he asked. "Some of the ideas didn't go over well." "What ideas?" She motioned him to the study, pulled the pocket door closed behind them, and told him the plan for Absalom. He began chewing his thumbnail. "In a million years, I wouldn't have thought of that." "Well, what do you think of it?" "I'm not sure. I guess life in exile is preferable to death." He thought a moment. "Well, I guess that depends on the prisoner, but maybe that's part of justice. They don't get to choose their future." Adeline moved to the door, but Sam spoke again. What did the others think? The reactions were mixed. In the living room, Adeline found her younger counterpart slouched on the sofa, earbuds in, staring at her phone. Adeline remembered those days. Her father had forbidden her from going out. He wanted the family to be together. She had thought it was ridiculous, that he was overreacting. Ryan was building a Lego robot on the dining table. In the sewing room, Adeline found her mother sitting in a large light blue recliner with her eyes closed. The chair was stained in a dozen places, where milk and spit-up and other baby fluids had leaked on it from her and her brother. If Adeline hadn't been certain of the date, she might have thought her mother had already passed. Instead, she waited for her eyes to open, not daring to wake her. "Hi," her mother said, exhaling slowly. "Hi." "Must have fallen asleep. I'm so tired all the time. In fact, I don't think I can sew tonight." Adeline glanced over at the fabric printed with the photo mosaic, the batting, and the backing. They had only finished one of the quilts. "I'll sew," Adeline said. "You can read." Her mother smiled. It was a sad, reflective expression, too tired to read. That almost broke Adeline, but she held it together. "I'll play an audiobook from my phone, and we'll finish this together." As the story unfolded, Adeline sat at the sewing machine and knit the photos of her family together, and her mother sat back in the chair, listening, drifting in and out of sleep. At home, Adeline sat on the couch, feeling more alone than she ever had. She felt as if the present was slipping away, and the future was rushing forward like an asteroid about to strike her world. She opened her email and found a cryptic message there from the company she had hired to build the software that searched historical photos, trying to find evidence that Absalom II had been used before to alter the past. "Tesseract is done. When should we install?" Adeline typed a quick reply. "ASAP." She tapped the calendar app and stared at the countdowns she had programmed. Charlie, 9 days. Mom, 14 days. Nora, 2,190 days. Dad, 2,256 days. The death dates were closing in. The next day, a team came to Adeline's house to install the Tesseract array. At the office, the Absalom 6 met in the lab, which had been cleaned since Constance's accident. "Where should we start?" Hiro said. "I'll just say that I don't have any new ideas." "I think we should vote on the idea presented," Constance said. "I'll start. I vote no." "This isn't a democracy," Elliot said. "It's a company that has made a very large investment in a product that seems to have one use, and it isn't ours to use, only to offer to governments around the world. I think whether we make that offer should be Daniel's decision. Her decision alone. It was her money. Frankly, she's the only reason any of us are here, or Absalom for that matter. It was her idea in the first place." "I've thought about it some," Sam said. To be honest, I'm not really thinking clearly right now. I don't know what the right answer is. What I do know is that I don't want to vote. You can call that punting or whatever you like, but I just don't want to make a big decision right now. Then we should delay this, Constance said. Well, Elliot said, that's nice in theory, but what do we tell the 83 people working here? You're laid off until we figure out what to do with our useless transporter box. We'll call you back when we get in the mood to decide. Hiro spoke before the argument could escalate. I don't want to vote either. I took this job to get out of debt and because I like the science. What happens with Absalom is your call, Danny. Adeline glanced at Nora, who was studying her hands, which were laid out flat on the table. Nora, she prompted. The woman spoke slowly, as if the words hurt coming out. I think there are bad people in this world, people who can't be rehabilitated, people who only know how to take from others. I want to live in a world where those people don't exist, but we don't live in that world yet. Whether it's our place to do something about that, I don't know. What I do know is that I don't want to vote about this either. That afternoon, Adeline sent the first emails that would begin the negotiations with governments around the world to license Absalom. The next day, Adeline and Nora were the only two of the Absalom 6 who came to work. She supposed it made sense. Sam and Elliot were dealing with their own troubles. Hiro was off gambling, at a private game operating outside the lockdowns. Adeline wondered if the stress of yesterday's discussion had set him off, or if perhaps he simply didn't see the point in working on Absalom anymore. He probably sensed that the work was mostly over. Constance was at home, receiving a treatment. Adeline looked up when Nora walked into her office. I know what you need. What? Adeline asked. Distraction. You've got that right. My house tonight, 7 o'clock. What do you have in mind? It's a surprise. An hour after Nora left, Adeline got a text on her phone. It was from the Tesseract server in her home. It was nondescript, only 2 words. New match. Adeline hadn't expected a match so soon. She was still gathering data sources. Tesseract was currently only operating on publicly available images and videos. She raced home, to the server room with its double-locked door, and sat at the terminal, where she launched the results viewer application. She was unprepared for what she saw. The image on the screen was Adeline's face in black and white. She looked older than she did now, but not much older. She was standing on a sidewalk, what was left of it, wearing a thick black trench coat and a fur hat. Behind her was a crumbling ruin of a bombed-out building. Snow covered the street, and in the middle of it was a crashed Luftwaffe bomber plane. The caption under the photo read, Stalingrad, November 2nd, 1942. 58. Adeline couldn't get the image of herself, standing in the street, in the midst of the Battle of Stalingrad, out of her mind. Nora must have seen the stress on her face when she opened the door that night. What's wrong? Just a lot on my mind. Nora nodded, probably assuming the anguish was associated with the Absalom decision Adeline had made. Nora's surprise, as it turned out, was an escape room, one that she had built in her garage from a plan she had found online, and items delivered to her home. It was a grand gesture, one that Adeline knew had taken a lot of time and effort. Nora had done it all for Adeline, to help take her mind off of the Absalom decision and the stress they were all going through. It was such a Nora thing to do, kind and thoughtful and warm as a crackling fire on a fall night. The escape room centered around a closed-door murder mystery with a ticking clock. The parallels to Adeline's own life couldn't have been more striking. The murder in her future was Nora S. And Adeline, despite her investigations in the future and the past, could only see one possible killer: herself. Worst of all, she didn't know why in the world she would ever kill Nora Thomas, but no one else fit. Unlike the escape room in Nora's garage, the clues weren't clear. Try as she might, Adeline couldn't see any of the others as the killer, and she knew her father would have to be framed for it if the future was to be preserved. Breaking causality would end the universe. When they had escaped back into Nora's home from the garage, Nora said, "You hated it." "I didn't, it was a great idea. I'm just distracted." Too distracted to be distracted. Adeline laughed. "I guess so, that's bad, isn't it?" "It is, you need a vacation." "Maybe." "They're lifting the lockdowns. We'll be able to travel soon." But Adeline couldn't take a vacation. She needed to be in Palo Alto for what was going to happen next. She had lived through it once. She dreading it happening again. A week later, Adeline got the first responses to her requests for virtual meetings with government officials in the US, China, and India. They were interested in Absalom, as she knew they would be. That night, Adeline sensed a change in the air at her childhood home. Her younger counterpart didn't look annoyed. She looked scared. Her father moved through the house almost in a daze, as if in denial. Or maybe the stress of it had exhausted him that much. Adeline reached out and pulled him into a hug. His arms felt lifeless hanging on her back. In the sewing room, Adeline found her mother in the plush rocking chair, eyes half open. In the weeks before, Adeline had clung to this time with her mother. What she saw now made her wish for the opposite, an end to her mother's suffering. That was an inflection point she couldn't appreciate in her younger years, but it hit her now like the force of a train. Slowly, her arm shaking, her mother reached down and moved the rocker to a sitting position. Her voice came like a sheet of construction paper being crumpled up. "What is it?" "Nothing," Adeline whispered. "Are you all right?" Adeline's chest heaved, and she wasn't sure if she was going to laugh or cry. "No, I'm not." With great effort, her mother rose from the chair, the motion making Adeline ache even more for her, and she put her arms around her, and Adeline hugged as hard as she dared and held on for what felt like an eternity. When she eased her mother back into the chair, she looked up at her, studying her eyes with an intensity Adeline didn't know was left in the woman. "You know, you remind me of someone," she whispered. A bolt of fear ran through Adeline, and then a thought, a risky thought: "I'll tell her right now while I still can." Before she could speak, her mother shook her head. "Probably just the meds playing with my mind." When Adeline left, the second quilt was done, and her mother was sleeping in the chair under the first. Try as she might, Adeline couldn't get to sleep that night. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her mother, and Charlie, and Nora. She didn't go to work the next day. She paced in her living room, teetering on the verge of doing something that would end the world, calling Elliot, saving Charlie. But there was no saving Charlie. The moment she changed the past, she threw it all away. She tried to distract herself. First with books, then with TV. She reached for the wine bottle but then put it back. She needed a clear head for what would happen tonight. Finally, fatigue and stress, and worry chased her down like a cheetah on the Serengeti, trampling her as she lay on the couch. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, it was dark. A bolt of fear ran through her. Had she missed it? She sat up, checked the time, and dashed out of the house. She drove the half-mile to Charlie's neighborhood but didn't park in front of the apartment building. She parked 2 blocks away and walked the dark streets with her head held high, knowing cameras were recording her journey, knowing those videos would one day play on the screens in the basement of Elliot's home in Absalom City. Outside his building, she paused and looked directly at one of the cameras, creating the still image that would hang prominently in that room in Elliot's basement. She climbed the wooden outdoor stairs to the second-floor apartment. She knocked on the door and waited, but no one came. She leaned closer and listened. The only sound was that of music playing inside. She turned the handle, and the door swung in. It was a tiny apartment with a shared living and dining space that opened to a small kitchen. Charlie was lying on the couch, unmoving, skin ashen. Adeline closed the door. The moment it clicked, the bedroom door opened. Elliot stepped out. He didn't look at his dead son lying on the couch. He stared directly at Adeline. What he said, Adeline could have never expected. And it changed everything. Part IV. Endings, Burials, and Beginnings. 59. In the desert, a city called Absalom rose. In Palo Alto, 2 people who would change that city forever were laid to rest. And in the Pacific, an island was slowly transformed into a paradise, waiting for the future. At her home in Palo Alto, Adeline woke to the sound of buzzing from her bedside table. She reached over and read the text message on her phone's lock screen. It was from her father. Elliot may have told you, but Charlie passed away last night. The 3 dots indicating that he was typing pulsed. Then, I'm going over there. Adeline typed a reply. I'm so sorry to hear it. I'll stay at your house with Sarah. The reply came a second later. Thanks. At her childhood home, Adeline didn't knock. She didn't want to disturb her mother in case she was sleeping, and she was likely to be sleeping. The door was unlocked. For the second time in 24 hours, she let herself into a home where tragedy was about to strike. The living room was empty. Her younger counterpart and brother, Ryan, were both at school. She heard a whispered conversation from the hallway. She waited in the foyer, knowing she should walk back outside, or to the sewing room. Instead, curiosity compelled her like a strong wind to the cased opening outside the hall, just beyond the door to the master bedroom, where her mother was speaking in slow, labored breaths. Just listen, Sam, when I'm gone. Sarah. He stopped talking. Adeline thought that her mother must have held a hand up. When I'm gone, when you're able, I want you to move on. Time heals all wounds, but it won't work if you don't give time a chance. Will you do that? Adeline heard his muffled voice but couldn't make out the words. He was crying, she thought. But her mother's voice was clear. It would make me so sad if I'm what keeps you from being happy. They buried Charlie on an overcast Saturday morning. Afterward, the world seemed to stand still. Adeline knew that she was simply waiting for her mother to pass. She could hardly think about anything else. Life, in a strange twist of fate, had given her this gift, this chance to relive her time with her mother. There wouldn't be a third time around. This was it, the last days and hours she would have with her mother. Adeline clung to them, but the force of nature that was time pried them away. The day before her mother closed her eyes forever, Adeline finished the 3rd and final photo mosaic quilt. In the sewing room, she held it up for her mother to see. She smiled and nodded, as if she was seeing something more than the quilt, as if she saw the missing piece in the photos or possibly the sum of them, a life complete. That thought gave Adeline some comfort. She sat beside her mother for the rest of the evening, listening to classical music. When she left, she looked her in the eye and did what she always wished she could have back then. She said goodbye. In her youth, her mother's memorial service had gone by like a dream, some surreal happening that didn't seem real. Now, Adeline drank in every detail. The way the funeral home smelled, the feeling of dampness on the grass in the cemetery, the birds calling out in the quiet afternoon, the weight of her father's arms around her, of Nora hugging her, and Constance and Hiro and Elliot. In a way, they were all broken now. And strangely, they were about to heal the world. In the weeks and months that followed, Elliot withdrew. His replies to personal texts and emails took days, sometimes weeks. He blamed himself for Charlie's death. There was nothing anyone could say or do to change that. Sam wasn't much better. With the ending of pandemic lockdowns and travel restrictions, Constance redoubled her efforts to find those in her past. Perhaps the loss of two people in her life had reminded her of how precious time was. Hiro slipped deeper into his addiction. Adeline didn't know if it was because work had virtually ended or because of the loss of his immediate social circle, but he became borderline obsessed. His late-night calls were more frequent. The debts were larger. Adeline tried to keep him solvent. She soon found herself with a new challenge, in a different kind of environment, government bureaucracy. Adeline had never really had to sell anything before. She soon learned that the sales process wasn't something that came naturally to her. As a venture capitalist, she had been literally handing out millions of dollars. Even in competitive funding rounds, there was typically very little arm twisting, assuming the fund had a good track record, and hers did. The closest she had come to selling anyone on something was negotiating valuations and deal terms, but she had to admit, she typically left money on the table, which didn't matter much in the long run if you were investing in a good company. Selling a technology like Absalom to the United States government was a completely new challenge for her. It was complex and frustrating. She felt like a fish out of water. In total, she spent 6 months spinning her wheels. Perhaps the only thing that kept her going was the knowledge that this had already occurred, so it must be possible. It turned out, there was an easy way to get the government to do what you wanted, within the bounds of reason: hiring a lobbying firm. She did, and the first sale happened soon after. Absalom was licensed by the United States, and the lobbying firm made sure the announcement was front-page news, and that they were mentioned as representing Absalom Sciences. There would need to be testing, but the promise of it shocked the world. Adeline didn't need the lobbying firm for the next sales. Governments around the world came to her after the news broke. They wanted Absalom, and they were willing to pay for it. The initial licensing payments and funding for animal testing brought billions into Absalom Sciences. They moved operations to Absalom City and began testing the machine. That seemed to help Hiro, but Elliot and Sam remained detached, alive but not truly living. Sam had moved his wife's grave to Absalom City, and Elliot had done the same for his son, but even that didn't seem to help them. Adeline's heart ached every time she saw the two men. While Constance had been vehemently against using Absalom on prisoners, she surprised Adeline by working night and day to make sure the machine was safe for humans. Adeline's once close relationship with Nora faded for reasons she couldn't quite grasp. Nora was different. Maybe it had been the move from Palo Alto to Absalom City, or perhaps she regretted the decision they had made about Absalom. Or maybe it was simply the way it was. that the friendship had run its course. That time and distance had taken its toll on their bond. Adeline had to admit, she was different too. She was now the chair and CEO of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, one that was written about endlessly in the press. She was in the public eye, relentlessly scrutinized. She had never felt so alone. Even in the past, when she had landed on that grassy patch in the middle of Lameda Mall, she hadn't felt this isolated. It was a strange kind of isolation. With her wealth and access to power, she could have almost anything she wanted. Yet nothing made her happy. She was, in a sense, trapped in time, waiting for the seminal event that would turn her world upside down again. Nora's death. She was determined to right the wrong of that night, to discover who had killed Nora and clear her father's name. As such, she began making preparations. She placed cameras throughout Absalom City, and in Nora's home and in the homes of the other Absalom scientists. Those cameras would reveal for certain what happened that night. After 19 long years, she would soon know the truth. Before that, she might even glimpse a clue as to who would commit the act that had ripped her life apart, setting her on a course to her past. Watching the video feeds became almost an obsession for Adeline, much like gambling was for Hiro, and sorrow was for Sam and Elliot. At the back of her mind was the unrelenting fear that none of the Absalom scientists would turn out to be the killer, that the person she was looking for was the person she saw in the mirror, that she was destined to kill Nora for some reason she didn't yet understand. One morning, Elliot and Hiro came to Adeline's office at the Absalom Sciences building. They weren't on the schedule, but she knew what they were there for. She had been watching the cameras hidden in their offices and homes. "Our part of the Absalom trials is done," Elliot said. "I'm aware," Adeline replied, leaning back in her chair. "We'd like to work on a passion project." "What kind of passion project?" Adeline needed to sound convincing, as if she truly didn't know what they were destined to work on. "The kind that requires some resources." "Such as?" "2 of the Absalom prototypes. Some capital, probably a lot. Some privacy. We'll also need a few excavation drones and a permit to do some digging in Death Valley to verify our experiments." "Experiments on what? Absalom?" "Correct." "Have you told the others?" "No." "Why not?" "I know it's been a while, but I feel that Sam is still grieving. He needs space." "I feel like the same could be said for you, Elliot." "True, but I've decided to stop grieving. I'm going to start working again." Adeline stared at him. "I take it you're not going to include Nora and Constance in these experiments." "Constance?" Elliot began and stopped, seeming to consider his words a moment. "Constance is unlikely to be interested in our particular project. Same for Nora." "And what about me?" "We just assumed you have your hands full with running the company." Adeline stared at the two men. Elliot cleared his throat. "Look, we both, Hiro and I, need to work on something, and this is important to us. It would mean a lot. The project isn't commercial, but as I said, it's important to us." Adeline smiled. He had no idea how important it was to everyone, to the past, the present, and the future. She nodded, and with that, work on Absalom 2 began. 60. As a child, Adeline's vision of the world was that of something that changed gradually. Like so many things in her life, her perspective was quite a bit different in adulthood. To her, the world seemed to change slowly for long stretches, then very rapidly in great shocks that happened almost instantly. 9/11, the global financial crisis, the COVID pandemic. And then the shock she helped give the world, Absalom. It wasn't the announcement of Absalom that changed the world. It was when they saw its power. That day was a Saturday in November. Adeline thought the government had selected a weekend for the first departure for several reasons. The most important was so that the world could watch. They told the press it was so the victims' families could be present to witness the sentence carried out. That morning, those families stood in the viewing booth, mothers and fathers and their children. At least, the children the man in the Absalom chamber hadn't taken from them. He stared at his victims' families with hate-filled eyes. That fire vanished as the machine began to vibrate. Fear took its place. He opened his mouth and screamed, but no one could hear it. A flash filled the chamber and he was gone. So was the world before. Overnight, crime rates plummeted. Adeline had always heard the saying that the devil you know is better than the one you don't. That's what Absalom was to the world, a new devil. Prison was a known, so was the death penalty. They were the devils the world knew. Conceptually, the world knew what Absalom was, a box that sent a person to the past in an alternate universe. What they didn't know was what truly happened there. Exile was certain. A lonely death was certain. But how? An exotic disease, starvation, being torn apart by an animal. In the absence of certainty, a mind tends to imagine the worst. That's what Absalom became to the world. The phrase, a fate worse than Absalom, quickly supplanted its predecessor. A fate worse than death. Before the first departure, the Absalom machine had been an idea. In those small moments as it hummed to life, the world saw something else. A person who was pure evil with hate in his heart, instantly hollowed out, gutted, cowering with fear, and then gone. In an instant, they saw evil wiped from existence. As Hiro predicted, Absalom was challenged all the way to the Supreme Court, where the plaintiffs argued that it was cruel and unusual. It was certainly unusual, perhaps cruel. Most importantly, it was a machine that removed evil from the universe. That was something the world needed, and the Supreme Court found in favor of the United States government. The following week, after the lower court's injunction was lifted, the lights in Absalom City dimmed again, and an African dictator guilty of genocide and crimes against humanity left the universe forever. In the desert, Elliot and Hiro dug holes and filled them back in. Adeline knew what they were looking for, knew they weren't finding it, and knew that one day they would. And Nora would die soon after. That thought haunted her. In a way, it dug her deeper into a hole of her own, and like the ones Hiro and Elliot were digging in Death Valley, she wasn't finding what she needed. And like them, she kept digging. In a fateful twist, it was Nora who gave Elliot and Hiro the insight they needed to make progress on Absalom too. That revelation was given casually at a lunch Elliot had requested. His email to the Absalom Six had simply asked that they all meet up for a meal in private to catch up. Adeline had arranged for food to be delivered to the conference room in her office suite. About halfway through lunch, Elliot had cleared his throat and said, "Do any of you ever think about why Absalom failed?" It was clear to Adeline what he was after. A clue as to why he and Hiro weren't finding the tuning bars. They kept departing with Absalom too. Nora didn't seem to follow. Well, I guess that's a matter of opinion. Some would say it's a raging success, a force for peace and crime reduction. No, not that, Elliot said. I mean, as a shipping technology, why didn't it work? Nora finished chewing a bite of her salad. Isn't it obvious? Causality. Absalom always transmits to the past. It's the nature of transmission. Sure, with enough power, maybe you could get it down to a month or two or maybe even a week, but that would require a massive amount of energy. And obviously, you could only send something to the past that you knew was already there. Elliot leaned back in the rolling chair, considering that. So, wait, tell me what you mean by that. Well, it's fairly obvious. If you ask me, the one thing we learned from Absalom is that you can't move matter in space without moving it in time. Displacing an object in the present, with no effect on time, is not possible based on the laws of physics in this universe. You can send something to the past, but only if it already happened. In fact, if it happened, then it will happen. It has to happen for us to continue to exist. That's why you can't just decide to ship something and do it. You'd be sending it to a past that has already happened. If you really could ship anything you wanted to the past, then what happened? The series of events that got us here would no longer have occurred in the way it did before. You'd be changing the past, which isn't possible. Obviously, we don't know what would happen, but my guess is that our universe would probably just wink out of existence in some causality collapse. But, Elliot said slowly, if you knew something had been sent to the past, then you could send it. Yes, in fact, you or someone would have to send it to ensure the universe continued. Nora studied his serious expression and laughed. Why, Elliot? Do you know of something that was sent to the past? Not exactly. 61. The world wasn't the only thing Absalom had changed. As the months and years slipped by, and the machine in the Nevada desert hummed with departures, the Absalom 6 changed. Adeline didn't know if it was simply growing older or the death of Charlie and her mother, but the 6 scientists who had aided world peace seemed to find only war within. Adeline felt it inside of her too. She saw it on the video feeds inside the homes of the other 6. She had this unrelenting sense of time slipping away, and she still had no idea who Nora's killer was. But she began preparing for the event. She ordered furniture for the guest bedroom and arranged it just like her room had been at the home she shared with her father and brother. She stood in the room, studying the placement. Yes, it was just as it had been when she had come here. She was sitting at the kitchen island, pouring a glass of wine, when a text message arrived from Nora. Busy. Adeline activated the video feed of the inside of Nora's home. She felt a twinge of guilt for invading her privacy, but she rationalized it as a simple safety precaution. Nora was going to be murdered, and she needed to know who did it, for her father's sake. She couldn't prevent him from going to Absalom, but she could clear his name before she got him back. On the video feed, Nora was sitting at her kitchen island, a glass of wine towering by the phone. Now they were ships in the night. No, everything okay? Yes and no, can I come over? Sure. Adeline watched on the video feed as Nora downed the glass of wine, grabbed a sweater she draped over her shoulders, and walked out. 10 minutes later, they were sitting in Adeline's living room with full wine glasses. You ever wish, Nora began, that we could go back to Palo Alto before it all started? I do. I mean, Absalom has been good for the world, but everything has changed. I miss us. Me too. Life was so much more simple then. Adeline said nothing, only took a sip of wine, thinking about how much more complicated it was about to become. Nora don't have her glass. I have a secret. Adeline's heart beat faster. You do. Sam and I have been seeing each other. Adeline swallowed, relieved that the secret was one she was well aware of. Nora squinted at her. You knew. I knew. I guess I should have figured that. You don't miss anything, and I should have informed you. As my employer, you should know about workplace relationships." Adeline held up a hand. "First of all, I'm not your employer." "You are, Danny. It was different in Palo Alto before, when the company was small. Now with—" Nora motioned with her hands all around. "With all this, the city, the machine, what it's become." "It's different," Adeline said. "I'll give you that. But within these walls at home, what do you say we go back to Palo Alto, to the way things were?" Nora drank the rest of the wine. "That sounds good to me." Adeline refilled the glass, and Nora seemed to relax a bit. "We've been going slow, Sam and me, like middle school speed." Nora laughed and shook her head. "We're both scared, we're both still hurt, and lonely. We're like two porcupines trying to mate." Adeline laughed then, but she was crying inside because she knew how it ended. At least, she thought she did. 62. In the days leading up to Nora's death, Adeline grasped for clues as to who would kill her. Try as she might, she couldn't find any. Elliot and Hiro spent day and night in the lab. When Hiro wasn't there, he was in Las Vegas. Constance was almost always away for medical treatment or to search for people from her past. She had a sense of her own time drawing to a close. She was racing against the clock, too. Nora and Sam were nursing a nascent romance that would soon die with her. And Adeline couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about all the clues, all the pieces that never seemed to add up. She sensed that there was still a missing piece here, but try as she might, she couldn't see it. It wasn't just the mystery of Nora's murder that loomed ahead. It was the loss of her father. As with her mother in Palo Alto, Adeline felt her time with him slipping away, and she couldn't help but try to hold on. At a lunch with him the week before Nora's death, Adeline said, "You should start working out again." Sam glanced down at his shirt, feigning insult. "Is the dad bod really that bad?" "It's not that, it's for your health. You never know." "What I do know is that at my age, I seem to be almost supernaturally cursed to wear these love handles and flab. I've tried dieting and exercise. The curse of the dad bod resists all earthly countermeasures." "Have you tried cutting out alcohol?" Sam snorted. "I'm a widower with a teen and a preteen at home. By the known laws of physics and human biology, I cannot survive without alcohol." Adeline shook her head, feeling slightly guilty about her adolescent behavior. "Are they that bad?" "No. In fact, there have been times when those two kids were the only thing that kept me going. They're my life, and they've given my life meaning that I couldn't have imagined before, especially after Sarah passed." Those words healed a wound so deep inside of Adeline, she hadn't known it was there. The following night, Nora and Adeline were sitting in her living room, sipping wine and chatting, almost the way they had so many years ago, in another place, in another time. If they were indeed ships in the night, every moment they spent together brought them closer, back to the place they were before. "Do you know what Hiro and Elliot are doing out in the valley?" Nora asked. "Not specifically," Adeline lied. "Do you know generally?" "Generally, they're working on their passion project." Nora raised her eyebrows. "Seems like the only passion projects going on in this strange oasis in the desert are obsessing over dead people." And Adeline thought, truer words were never spoken. Adeline waited and watched the calendar until Nora's murder was 3 days away. Then 2. Knowing it was coming, and that she still didn't know who the killer was, left her with a sense of impending doom. She searched, and still there were no clues. Hyro and Elliot had locked themselves in the lab. They were close to their discovery. Adeline felt the two events racing toward her now. Two unstoppable trains powered by the force of time, about to collide. Constance returned from China. She was so exhausted from her trip that she stayed in bed the entire next day. She was getting sicker. For years, she had been slowly losing her battle with the disease. Now she was losing it quickly. A black cloud hung over Sam. The anniversary of his wife's death loomed 2 days away. Adeline realized then that Nora was going to die within hours of the anniversary of Adeline's mother's passing. She wondered if that was significant. The night before Nora's death, Adeline barely slept. It was the same as the night Charlie passed away. But this time, Adeline didn't just toss and turn in bed. She stared at her phone, at the video feed of Nora's bedroom, where she slept peacefully, not a care in the world, completely unaware that it was her last night on Earth. She flipped to the other feeds. Hyro and Elliot were talking in the lab, empty coffee mugs on the table, a stack of metal tuning bars scattered like an overturned box of toothpicks. Sam was up late, reading a book by the fire, 2 empty beer bottles sitting on the raised hearth. No matter how hard she looked, Adeline couldn't find the missing piece that would solve this mystery of past, present, and future. And it was driving her crazy. Sometime just before morning, she drifted off to sleep. Adeline's buzzing phone woke her. Groggy, half awake, she fumbled through the covers and found it and raised it, and squinted against the bright Nevada sun, blazing in through the windows. Nora was calling. This had to be it. Adrenaline shot through Adeline's veins as she answered, her voice scratchy. Hi. Hey, can you come over? Everything all right? I don't know. Nora sounded scared. Adeline jumped out of bed. I'll be there in a minute. When the call ended, she checked the time. 4:38 p.m. She had slept almost the entire day. She opened the app for the camera feeds and clicked on the group for inside Nora's home. She saw only black boxes. They were offline. Why? Fear rose inside of her. She checked the wireless access point they were connected to near Nora's home. It was online. They should be working. She pulled the feeds from the cameras outside. Nora had gone for a run that morning with a friend. She followed the 2 women around the city, to the little cafe where they ordered smoothies after the run, watched them chatting and sipping as they strode home. Nora was inside almost an hour, then took a car to work, and left at lunch. Adeline pulled up the history of the cameras inside her home. Nora fixed a sandwich, read a paperback book at the kitchen island and went upstairs and napped. When she got up, she went to the bathroom, and when she came out, she marched directly to the camera in the bedroom, peered into the lens, pulled it free, and jerked the wire out. She repeated that throughout the house, depositing the cameras on the dining room table. They were waiting there when Adeline arrived. I found these cameras hidden all over my house. Nora yelled, pacing in the hall outside the dining room. How? Adeline knew she had said the wrong thing as soon as it left her mouth. Nora cocked her head. Did you know? Did you do this? Please don't lie to me, Danny. Yes. You knew or you did it. They're my cameras. Adeline expected Nora's anger to explode. Instead, she deflated. Hurt replaced her fury. Nora's voice was a whisper. Why? It's complicated. Is it because of Sam? No, but that wasn't entirely true. It was because of her father and Nora. Please tell me the truth. It's all I ask. The truth is complicated. We built a time machine to an alternate universe together. I think I can handle complicated. Tell me. You owe me that. I can't. Then get out, and don't come back until you can. Adeline walked out and stood on the front stoop, trying to find the words that would heal the rift between them. She knew that if she didn't, she wasn't coming back, not before Nora died. Unless she was, in fact, the one who had killed her. But she couldn't find those words. She stared at the door, feeling her last chance being washed away by time. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Adeline pulled it out and read the message from Elliot. It had been sent to the group, Nora, Sam, Constance, and her. Hyro and I need to see you in the lab. It's urgent. It had begun. Again. 63. When all of the Absalom 6 were present in the lab, Sam said, "Why all the cloak and dagger?" Elliot pointed to a prototype for Absalom 2, which was sitting in the center of the room. "You'll see, Sam." Elliot reached in his pocket, took out a small tuning bar, and walked past the group, letting everyone see the Absalom Sciences serial number. He placed the metal bar inside the Absalom machine, closed the door, and moved to a computer terminal nearby. He typed the departure sequence. The machine hummed and flashed, and the bar disappeared. The room was utterly quiet as Elliot walked to a metal table, picked up a hard plastic box, and opened it so the group could see the contents. It was a tuning bar that was discolored and pitted with age, but the serial number was still readable. It was the same number as the bar that had just been sent to the past. It was clear to everyone present what the bar meant. Hyro and Elliot, during their time in the lab and digging in the desert, had figured out how to make Absalom 2 send payloads to our universe. Sam stared at the box. Impossible. It's real, Sam. After all these years, we've finally done it. What we always meant to. But it's more than that. Nora cut him off. It's Pandora's box is what it is. Elliot shook his head. What do you mean? This is the future, the biggest discovery in human history. No, Elliot, this could be the end of human history. Elliot exhaled. That's absurd. Nora pointed at the box. Think about it. What if this is the reason for the Fermi paradox? Why are we alone in the universe? What if this is the reason? Sam glanced between the two of them. I don't follow. What if, Nora said, hands held out, every sufficiently advanced civilization ends shortly after this discovery? That's what's going to happen if we use this machine to send something to the past that doesn't belong there. A causality failure. In an instant, our universe ceases to exist. Is the risk worth it? Of course not. We should destroy it, and never tell anyone it's even possible. We're not going to destroy it, Elliot said. And besides, we still have work to do. What work? Adeline asked. We have two issues, Elliot replied. Location and time. We've been working on it, but we can't get the payloads to arrive exactly where and when we want. And power, Hyro added. Transmissions still require a massive amount of power. It's not financially feasible for shipping. To Adeline, Elliot said, I take it you're in favor of continuing development. I am. This is insane, Sam said. I agree with Nora, this is too dangerous to mess around with. The dissent from a close friend seemed to put Elliot on the defense. He spoke slowly now, as if fighting to maintain his composure. This is the key to the past. The past cannot be changed, Nora said. I accept that, Elliot shot back. The question is, have we already done it? How would we know? Nora asked. We could search historical photos, Sam said, for ourselves, and maybe other Absalom staff. Adeline turned to him, and a thought occurred to her. She had only used Tesseract to search for herself, and she had found herself. What if the others had also traveled to the past? Nora locked eyes with Constance. What do you think? Constance glanced around at the others. I share Sam and Nora's reservations. This is dangerous. It's already gone too far. We should end it here and now. Let's destroy it before we leave tonight. Elliot held his hands out and took a deep breath. I know you're all concerned, and perhaps a little in shock. Let's take some time to consider. Nora laughed. Of the things we have, Elliot, time is clearly not one. Adeline drove straight home, because that's what she knew she had done. What she didn't know was what to do next. Nora was going to die in a few hours. The moment she had waited almost 20 years for was here, and Adeline still didn't know who was going to kill her. A text message appeared on her phone. It was from Nora. Did you know what E and H were working on? Yes. You've been keeping a lot of secrets lately. Adeline sensed that she had one chance to understand what was about to happen. She had to seize it. Can I come over? No, don't even try. I'll call the police if you do. Adeline paced, trying to figure out what was happening. She had to figure out who had killed Nora in order to clear her father's name. But it was more than that. A killer was about to go free, a killer who might kill again, her or someone else. On her phone, Adeline pulled up the Absalom City camera feeds. Her father and her younger self were trudging along the sidewalk, on their way to Nora's house. On the porch, they rang the doorbell and waited until the front door swung open, and they disappeared inside for approximately 37 minutes. She opened the feed for the cameras in the crawl space and attic of Nora's home. In the green tint of night vision, she saw that there was no one there. Adeline remembered what was happening inside. Her father and Nora were telling her that they had been seeing each other. Adeline had felt betrayed that night for herself and her mother. Rage had overtaken her. They had argued, voices rising until Adeline had shouted, "How could you tell me on the anniversary of Mom's death? What's wrong with you? Both of you." On the phone in the video feed, the front door flew open, and young Adeline stormed out into the night, tears streaming down her face. Adeline switched to the feed of the crawl space and the attic. There was still no one there. From her memory, Adeline knew she hadn't killed Nora. Her father hadn't either. As she stared at the feeds, she knew that left only one possibility. Absalom 2. A way to travel to the past. There was one issue. That technology had yet to be perfected. As Elliot had said that night, he and Hiro hadn't figured out how to send something to an exact time and place. But they would. Adeline was living proof of that. In a few short months, her younger self would be sent through Absalom 2 back to 2008. And then what? The obvious conclusion now was that at some point in the future, the machine would be used to go back in time to murder Nora. But by whom? And why? Conceivably, the reason was to ensure that Absalom 2 was completed. Which left the question, if Adeline could control Absalom 2, and Absalom 2 was the only way to kill Nora, did that mean that she had killed her? That she was going to kill Nora in 2 months? The only other possibility was that she would lose control of Absalom 2 after she had used it on her younger self, which probably meant she was going to die in 2 months. She had that much time to figure out what was going to happen that night. On the video feed, Sam gave chase, and Adeline watched her younger self get into an auto car. After the car disappeared into the night, her father walked home, tapping a text message on his phone. Adeline wanted to leave, to go to Nora's house, but she couldn't, not without breaking the universe. Because the night Nora had died, Daniel Daneros had been at home the entire time. Thus, Adeline stayed home. She paced the first floor, trying to see the piece she was missing, but it wasn't there. She opened the feeds for Elliot, Constance, and Hyro's homes. Elliot was sitting in his study, deep in thought. Constance was gone. From the past, Adeline knew she had gone to San Francisco for medical treatment. Hyro's home was empty. He was in the lab working through the night. It was all happening as it had. The sun rose on the front of Adeline's house, and it seemed to be laughing at her, as if it had known all along that she couldn't figure it out. She knew it was the sleep deprivation and the extreme stress affecting her, but she just wanted to curl up on the floor, pull her hair out, and scream until she exploded. Instead, her phone rang. She knew who it was before she answered, the Absalom City Police. They informed her, as Nora Thomas's employer, that the woman had been found murdered that morning. They had some questions. 2 detectives would be visiting her soon to ask those questions. By standing agreement with Absalom Sciences, the police had access to view the cameras throughout the city. That would soon lead them to Sam and Adeline. For now, they wanted her consent to access the deceased's email, phone, and work computer. Adeline gave her consent and said she would send an email to legal providing formal authorization. She knew what they would find in those records, specifically, her text chain with Nora last night. Adeline would have some explaining to do. But at that moment, those files weren't the ones that concerned her most. It was the historical records in the Tesseract, and an idea Sam had given her last night. What if she wasn't the only one who had used Absalom 2 to travel to the past? In the server room in the basement, Adeline logged in and did something she wished she had thought to do years ago. She uploaded photos of Elliot, her father, Constance, Hyro, and Nora. 64. Adeline was sitting in her living room when the doorbell rang. She opened the door and welcomed the 2 detectives and offered them coffee, which they declined. Their names were Billings and Holloway, 2 people she hadn't seen in nearly 20 years. They recounted the broad outline of the crime with clinical efficiency. When they were done, they let a silence settle in the air. Apparently, awkward silence was the detectives' signature move. Did they thrive on awkwardness? Was it taught at the academy? Was the slide that introduced it labeled silence, your secret weapon? Adeline stared at them, waiting for the question she knew was coming. It was Billings who asked it. In reviewing Dr. Thomas's phone and email records, we came across a rather contentious text exchange between the 2 of you last night. She didn't ask a question. She just stared at Adeline, using the oppressive silence again. We had an argument, yes. About. I placed cameras inside Nora's home. Can we ask why? Adeline had mentally rehearsed the lie, and it came easily now. Since Absalom was used on the first prisoner, all of us, the 6 founders, have received death threats. It was just a precaution. A precaution for all of the Absalom 6, or just Nora? Billings asked. Everyone. Yesterday, however, Nora found the ones inside in the main living areas. We fought about it. When's the last time you saw Dr. Thomas? Early yesterday evening. Where? At the main Absalom Sciences building, at a meeting in the lab. Where'd you go after? Home for the entire night. Holloway took out a pad. And can we verify that? Yes, you can. The videos of the crawl space and attic of Nora's home would verify that either Sam or Adeline had committed the crime. The police were likely collecting the forensic evidence from the crime scene now. When the detectives left, Adeline sat in the living room, almost in a catatonic state. Right now, her younger self was standing in the cemetery, hating her father, listening to his words, feeling lost, reeling from her belief that Nora was taking her last parent from her, not knowing that he really would be gone soon. That moment in the cemetery when he spoke those words, "Time heals all wounds. But it won't work if you don't give time a chance," had been the anchor that kept her from drifting away, the gravity that had pulled her to him for that hug, the hug right before the drone had pierced the gentle morning with its commands to step away. It would shoot him and bring him to the ground seconds later. There was nothing to do but wait. While Adeline waited, sitting in the chair thinking, sleep overtook her. When she woke, Adeline felt like a bus had run over her. She tried to push up from the chair. Her arms were weak. Her mind wouldn't focus, the thoughts slow, like she had been drugged. It was the stress of it all. It was consuming her, pulling her down like a boat anchor tied to her feet. She wasn't ready to sink. She was going to fight, and it had to be right now. She was running out of time. What happened next? Elliot, he would be the first to go to the police station, and she had to tell him. She called him, and he answered on the first ring. "I was about to call you," he said. "About?" "Last night was all wrong. I shouldn't have even showed it to the others. We should just go forward with Absalom too. Who cares if they approve or not? It would be easier with Nora and Sam's help, but we can figure out." "Nora is dead." Silence stretched out on the line. When he spoke, Elliot's voice carried the tone of true surprise. "Are you serious? When? How do you know?" "The police were here." "Is she missing or?" "She's dead, Elliot, and the police have arrested Sam for her murder. You should go down to the station to help him. Take Tom Morris with you. And we need to hire an actual criminal attorney. A good one. Someone with experience in complex celebrity trials." Adeline showered and got dressed and checked her email. As usual, her inbox was overflowing. There was an email from Hana Kim, the CEO of Sintran, requesting a meeting. Adeline had been putting her off for months. It still wasn't the right time. Adeline wrote a short note saying that she was attending to an important issue and couldn't return emails, set it as an autoresponder, and sent it to all of her unread messages. Next, she called a private security firm and hired them to interface with the police, to use any resources necessary to learn the details of the investigation. She needed every advantage she could get. Maybe there was some small detail in the evidence that had been gathered that would give her an edge, or some clue about who was going to use Absalom too. She drank coffee on her covered porch, watching the sun on the horizon, feeling the weight of time bearing down on her. Right now, in an interview room, the two detectives were asking her younger self what happened last night. That young woman's concern was turning to fear. Standing there, the sun warming her face, sipping the hot coffee, the fear was starting to grip Adeline too. Shortly before 11, a text message arrived from Elliot. It was addressed to Adeline, Constance, and Hyro. "I'm sure you have all heard about Nora. We need to talk. Sam's still at the police station. Let's meet there for lunch. He thinks we might be in danger." A second passed, an icon indicating that he was still typing. Another message appeared. and he wants to figure out who killed Nora. Hiro texted back, saying he would be there. Constance said she would too, but she'd be late. Adeline typed out the message she knew she had to send. "I'll bring sushi." In her home office, she typed out a short note. "Look under the table." She cut the page into a small rectangle, the size of the slip inside a fortune cookie, and placed it in her pocket. She wanted to cry as she wrote the second note. It was longer, and she knew the words in it would cut her father open like a knife. She had never seen this note. She knew only that it informed her father that if he didn't confess, more evidence of his daughter's guilt would be given to the police. As it turned out, she didn't need to know the exact words. She only needed to write what came to her, because that's what had already happened. She placed the note in a small envelope and sealed it. She didn't worry about DNA or fingerprints because she knew her father wouldn't turn it over to the police. He loved his daughter too much. 65. In the police holding cell, Adeline had lunch with her father, Elliot, Hiro, and Constance. In her pocket, she kept the short note instructing her father to look under the table. She would deposit that under one of the plates in the center of the table just before leaving. Halfway through lunch, she reached beneath the table and taped the small envelope to the underside. It was a tiny action that would have a huge impact, a gavel slamming on the judge's bench, the sentence as much as certain. What hurt her the most was the hope she saw in him. Here, during lunch, he was a wrongfully accused man searching for the truth that would set him and his daughter free and identify the person who had killed the woman he loved. By the end of the day, he would be a confessed murderer, disgraced and destined to be separated from his family forever. After lunch, Adeline waited for the call she knew was coming. It was mid-afternoon when her phone rang. It was Elliot, and he was drunk and hysterical. His longtime friend's confession had rattled him. He cursed, threw accusations, and finally descended into crying. To Adeline, it seemed as if the world was breaking. The people around her were breaking. Nora was gone. Her father was in prison. Elliot was shattered. Hiro was battling his demons. Constance was clinging to life. Adeline knew it was up to her now. A few hours later, she was back in the police holding room with her father. His demeanor was different now. He was a man defeated, confused, scared. And in that room, she was to him what he had been to her back then. A lighthouse in the darkness, a beacon of hope and steadfast support. "Are you going to ask me if I actually did it?" "I don't need to. I already know the answer." Adeline made her way to the other holding room, where she had spent the day 19 years ago. Her younger counterpart was waiting there, and as she opened the door, she saw the young woman she had once been, a person who was about to have a huge hole blown in her life. At home, Adeline showed her to the guest bedroom, which her counterpart eyed wearily before turning to her. "I want answers." "You should sit down, Adeline." "I don't want to sit down." Adeline placed a hand on her counterpart's shoulder, guided her to the bed, and sat beside her. "What I'm about to say is going to be hard to hear." "What is?" "It's going to hurt, but I promise you it's going to get better. You just have to give it some time." Her eyes filled with tears. Adeline saw the hurt she had once felt in her younger self, and she knew that fear was giving way to rage. "Everyone keeps telling me everything is going to get better, but things just keep getting worse." "They always do," Daniel said, "before they get better." In her home office, Adeline entered her father's weight in the Absalom destination algorithm, and stared at the predicted arrival date. The late Triassic. It was very nearly the worst possible outcome. Just the thought of him trying to survive there made her nervous. To distract herself, she spent the rest of the night researching the epoch. There were pictures of dinosaurs and large reptiles, which were at the top of the food chain at that time. There were jungles and volcanic explosions burying those jungles in lava and simulations of the giant continent of Pangaea separating, and the world never being whole again. In a way, it was a strange symbol of her life. Two halves breaking apart. Now she was trying to bring them back together. Upstairs, her younger self was trying to pull away, and like the Triassic, she knew how it ended. Adeline woke to an app notification on her phone. Tesseract had found more matches. She bounded out of the bedroom and down the stairs. In the basement, she closed the door to the server room and logged into the terminal. She wasn't prepared for what she saw. Dozens of matches. She didn't understand it. It was wrong somehow. It had to be. But it was all right there, in black and white photos, and color photos, and videos. A tapestry that laid a mystery written across time. Adeline felt as if she was looking at a photo mosaic, one that formed a bigger picture. An answer, but it was still missing a piece. What was happening here was stranger than she ever imagined, and much larger than one woman's murder. 66. Before she left the next morning, Adeline cracked the door to the guest room and peered in at her younger self. The girl had slept in her clothes, with only a quilt drawn over her. Adeline recognized the quilt. It was one of the 3 photo mosaics her mother had made. Her mother and Adeline had made. In the Absalom holding cell, Adeline showed her father his predicted arrival date. He barely reacted, as if she had told him the weather tomorrow. Get your head in the game, Sam. This is a survival exercise now. Don't just blindly march through this. You need to be studying survival techniques while you're waiting for departure, and those strategies will vary based on the destination environment. It was so strange for her, almost being the parent now. Adeline couldn't help wondering if that was the way of life, things coming full circle. They certainly were for her. At home, Adeline found her counterpart in the bedroom writing in a notebook. She knew what she was writing, and that her younger self was hurting more than she ever had in her whole life at that moment. She knew what she needed, a firm hand to guide her. Don't you knock. I did knock, Adeline said. But apparently, you didn't wait to barge in here. She nodded to the notebook, working on something. It's none of your business. On the contrary, what you're working on is my only business now. Adeline took a step closer and spoke again, her voice steady and calm. You're making a list of the people who might have killed Nora and framed your father. You can't stop me. True, nor do I want to. I'm going to help you, Adeline. We're going to figure it out together, and we're going to get him back. Adeline turned and strode out, pausing at the doorway. But right now, we're going to have dinner, and we're going to be civil. When Adeline's counterpart left to visit Sam, she texted Elliot, Hyro, and Constance, requesting that they come over. They met in her basement. Let's start with who killed Nora, Elliot said. He seemed to be in a perpetual state of being either hungover or slightly inebriated. We don't have time for that right now, Adeline said. Elliot stared at her. I'd say there's always time to figure out who killed your friend and colleague. We need to focus all of our energy on saving the one friend we can. His name is Sam Anderson, and very shortly, he will be sent back to the Triassic. The only question that matters is how do we get him back? Constance squinted. Well, frankly, forgive me if I'm missing something, but what will we do when we get him back? I mean, he'll be a wanted fugitive. Adeline had never told the group about Absalom Island. She wasn't about to now. If one of them was the killer, it might be the only place in the world she and her father could escape to. I'll take care of what happens after. How do we get him back? To put it bluntly, Elliot said, we can't. A2, Hiro said. What does that mean? Constance asked. Elliot shifted his head from side to side. If we transmit him with Absalom 2, we can tag him with entangled particles and use a recall ring, but that's all theoretical. And A2 has never been used on humans, and we don't even have the date and location targeting worked out. Our payloads are all over the map and timeline. But, Adeline said, with A2, you would know what universe he's in. Yes, Elliot said, we would. What is a recall ring? Constance asked. It's a prototype we've been developing, Hiro said. A device that could make the promise of Absalom shipping a reality. You tag a recall ring with entangled particles at an originating Absalom 2 machine. Then that machine can use the entangled particles to find the ring, and the mass it's attached to, in space and time, across the multiverse, and bring it home. You would still have to use drones or human drivers for last-mile delivery, but you could ship something to any Absalom port in the world. Or, Adeline said, pull something from the Triassic to the present. Elliot exhaled. In theory, but it's a long shot and we won't be able to send a recall ring with Sam. They'll search him before departure. It's far too large. Let's solve the Absalom 2 issue first, Adeline said. How? Hiro shrugged. Easy. We tell the government that Absalom needs maintenance. We swap out the control modules with the A2 modules. No one will know. Adeline was sitting at the kitchen island when her younger counterpart returned from her visit with her father. She remembered what had been said, how suspicious she had been of Daniel back then. How was the visit? Informative. Adeline cocked her head. Do you know the biggest mistake people make? Asking rhetorical questions. She smiled, making up their minds before they have all the facts. I hope you won't make that mistake, Adeline. As her younger self walked up to her room, Adeline realized why she had done what she did all those years ago. She needed her counterpart to investigate Constance, Hiro, and Elliot to get close to them. Elliot would come to trust her, and for that reason, he would text her when Absalom 2 was ready, urging her to keep Daniel away. She would take control of the machine at that moment and send her younger self to the past, to 2008, to start the cycle. But what would she do after? Would she go back to that night at Nora's house and kill her? The past had to occur as it had, or else the universe would break. Someone had to go back and do it. Adeline's greatest fear of all was that she was that person. The next morning, Adeline visited the print shop inside the Absalom Sciences headquarters. In the corner, a large format printer was rolling off a banner for a retirement party for someone named Stephen. The plotter cutter beside it was slicing up a roll of vinyl for truck decals. The print shop manager, a man named Roger, who was in his 60s, was sitting on a stool at a raised table with a rubberized top, using an X-Acto knife to touch up a directional sign that read Café. At the sight of Adeline, he hopped off the stool and took his thick glasses off, letting them dangle from a cord. Miss Daneros, wasn't expecting you. Hi, Roger. What can I do for you? I'm wondering if you're able to print something on a small plastic surface. Sure, well, how small? Say the size of a driver's license. Oh yeah, that's no problem. Do you have a file? I was wondering if you could show me how to do it. It's for a personal project. He shrugged, of course. And I know this might sound a little crazy, but I need an ink that washes off in water. Believe me, we've seen crazier. I don't have any of the disappearing ink right now, but I can order it. We've used it before. He must have read Adeline's surprise. Some guys down in it wanted some a few years ago. For an April Fool's prank, I think. Roger smiled, planning something similar. This is no prank. I guess you could say it's for a birthday party. A week later, Adeline was placing the ID under the printer. She reviewed the layout of the Absalom Sciences intern badge, clicked print, and watched as the California driver's license for Daniel Daneros was covered in the disappearing ink. As she watched the present cover the past and future, she couldn't help but wonder about the nature of time itself and causality, and specifically where the driver's license had come from in the first place. She could ask the same question about the diamond earrings that would also travel to the past with her younger counterpart. The license and the earrings were like the universe itself. Its past before it existed was a mystery. When and how had the two items been created? What form had they existed in before they came into the universe? In that answer was the true nature of time, and it was stranger than Adeline had ever imagined as a child. 67. Adeline put all of her efforts into preparing for the future. Her years of work on Absalom Island were coming to fruition. The roads were done. The automated bungalows and offices and facilities were ready. Yet, aside from the construction company staff, it stood empty, waiting for the moment when it was needed. Adeline spent as much time as she could visiting her father, drilling him on survival techniques. His own island loomed in the past, Pangaea. There would be no automated paradise waiting for him there. She watched the bitterness and suspicion grow inside her younger self. Elliot and Hiro worked day and night on testing Absalom 2, ensuring it was safe for her father. It was hard to think either one of them had killed Nora and framed her father, given the effort they were seemingly putting into making it possible to bring him back. That's what bothered Adeline the most. In the puzzle that was her life, the pieces didn't quite fit. A text lit up her phone. It was from the CEO of Sintran, again requesting a meeting. She apparently had ignored the email autoresponder. Adeline had to respect her persistence. She sent a message back telling her to proceed with whatever she thought best for the company. Adeline had bigger issues at the moment. Hiro managed to update the Absalom machine 2 days before Sam departed. When Adeline had asked Elliot how sure he was that it would work, that Absalom 2 would indeed deliver Sam alive, and in one piece to the Triassic, the older scientist had simply shrugged. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Look, it worked for the mice we tested it on. How do you know? The mice fossils we recovered indicate that they were alive at the time of arrival. That didn't make Adeline feel much better, but there was nothing she could do about it. Time and life had taught her one thing: you do all you can, and at some point it's either enough or it's not. The tides of a life and your efforts either carry you in or sink you. Adeline barely slept the night before her father's departure. She had lived it once, and she had never truly gotten over seeing him disappear in that box. But she knew she had to watch it one last time. As she stood in the viewing booth, waiting for the glass to change from black to transparent, she reflected that time had another magical quality: stealing the soul. She looked down at her younger self in the row in front of her, knowing a wave of agony was about to hit her. Adeline knew that she herself could tolerate seeing her father ripped out of the universe. That was the advantage of time. It conditioned the heart to the worst assaults, or maybe it was natural to feel less as one grew older. Maybe a mind could develop scar tissue too, emotional scar tissue. Adeline had her share. The glass turned transparent, revealing the Absalom machine in the center of the room. Her father was lying on the floor, wearing the thick white departure ensemble. He pushed up and glanced around at the machine, seeming surprised, then through the glass door, up to the viewing booth. His eyes met his daughter's stare, and Adeline remembered exactly how that felt, as if a hot poker had been run through her. She watched her counterpart break then. She stood, practically jumped to the glass window, and slammed her fist into it. A gong sound echoed through the room, loud and borderline disorienting, as if the waves were rattling Adeline's brain. Adeline remembered the pain from that blow, remembered ignoring it as she pounded the glass. The scream that accompanied the beating was even worse, the word "Dad," drawn out like a battle cry. She rose, stepped outside the 2 rows of chairs, and put her hands on her younger counterpart's shoulders. Gently, she guided her back to her seat and stood watching as her father got to his feet and tried to smile. His lips were shaking, preventing a smile from forming. He managed to draw it across his lips on the second attempt. The machine vibrated. Adeline's counterpart reached over and put an arm around her brother. One memory that had always stuck with Adeline was the moment the first Absalom prisoner had disappeared in the box. In that split second, she had seen total fear in the man's eyes. She didn't see that in her father. He was scared, but in his eyes, she saw resolve. She saw hope. She saw a man who believed he had a future, a man who was alone but believed that he wouldn't always be alone. What she realized in that moment was the difference between the 2 men in the box. The first Absalom prisoner had no hope. Her father did. Hope was his anchor to this world. In that instant, Adeline saw how powerful hope was. It was the true lever of Absalom. It was how the machine had transformed the world, because it took the last shred of hope from even the most hopeless. She blinked, and her father was gone. She was still standing there, and like the man in the box, she held on to hope. She would get him back, soon. 68. Adeline knew that everyone lied to themselves at some point in their lives. It was part of preserving one's ego. Maybe it was more than that, but the task for Adeline was somewhat different. She actually had to lie to her younger self. If she didn't, the past wouldn't occur as it had. The universe would cease to exist. So she did. Adeline watched as her younger counterpart spun her wheels, searching Constance's home for clues about whether she was the killer. Then Elliot's residence. And finally, the empty home Hiro owned in Las Vegas, with the tunnel that led to the high-roller room beneath the strip. All the while, that 19-year-old girl Adeline had once grew more suspicious of the woman she knew as Daniel Daneros, the woman she would become. Adeline prepped the 2 items her younger self would need. The first was the California driver's license. It was buried beneath the Absalom Sciences intern ID, in plain sight, but unrecognizable, just like Adeline herself, thanks to the cosmetic surgery. The other was the diamond earrings Nathan had given her. They were a link to a life she had left behind. They would be her younger counterpart's only hope of survival in the world after Absalom. During that period, when her younger self was searching for answers she would never find, Adeline had challenges of her own. The biggest was how to transmit the recall ring to her father in the past. There were two problems. The first was size. By government agreement, Absalom Sciences could transmit up to 25 grams without approval. The recall ring was significantly more massive than that. In Adeline's basement, she, Elliot, Hyro, and Constance discussed whether they could make it smaller. Hyro insisted that they couldn't, but they could separate it into pieces. Adeline remembered this moment from 19 years ago. She walked to the stairwell, saw her younger self standing there listening, and stared until the young woman retreated up the stairs. In the privacy of the basement, the Absalom scientists settled on a solution. They would break the recall ring into parts and transmit them back. To do that, they arrived at the only path Adeline could see. They embedded the parts of the recall ring in Absalom prisoners and sent them to Sam's timeline. Constance was against operating on the prisoners. She felt it was morally wrong to do something to someone without their full knowledge. Adeline knew that she was right, but there was nothing she could do about it. She either sent the recall ring back embedded in the Absalom prisoners, or she lost her father forever. The prisoners would be exiled to the past one way or another. Being operated on gave them the chance to save an innocent man, one Adeline cared about a great deal. The second problem was ensuring the prisoners, and the pieces they sent to the past, arrived at the right time and near enough to her father for him to find them. They spent months in Death Valley running tests, trying to ensure that the payloads arrived at the right location and time. With each tuning bar they found, they edged closer to perfecting Absalom too. Adeline lobbied the government for permission to operate on the prisoners, and received it after some cajoling. She couldn't help but wonder what would happen if one of the prisoners arrived at the same time as her father. They were the worst of humanity, and time in the Triassic, alone, probably wouldn't be good for their mental health. But there was nothing she could do about that. The final worry the team had was simply about causality. Would sending the prisoners to Sam's timeline cause it to cease to exist? They were, after all, disrupting a timeline that had been created from their own, technically changing the past before he arrived. That discussion led them to the conclusion they had arrived at before. The past could not be changed. If they had already sent the prisoners, then his timeline would be preserved. They were simply doing what they had to do, what time and space required to exist. If they were right, when Sam arrived, the prisoners they were sending after he departed would have already been there a long time. One night, Adeline set her alarm for 3 a.m. When it went off, she rose and walked down the hall to her counterpart's bedroom. The door was closed, but she was gone. The photomosaic blanket was spread across the bed, a reminder of the past. Adeline knew where she was. At that moment, she was in the basement of Hyro's home in Las Vegas, talking with Elliot and Hyro, slowly becoming convinced that Daniel Daneros was planning to use Absalom II to get rid of her and kill Nora. Once again, she wondered if it was true. She knew it was half true. She would indeed use Absalom to send her younger counterpart 19 years into the past. But what would happen after that? That was the real question, the true challenge ahead. She knew by the time her younger self got back home, she would have decided to trust Elliot and Hyro and spy on the woman she knew as Daniel. It was all happening as it had, the way it had to happen. The next morning at breakfast, there was a change in the air, a tension between Adeline and her younger self. Even Ryan sensed it. But it was necessary. Adeline went upstairs to prepare for the day, knowing her counterpart was hiding a burner phone with a listening app in her study. After the shower, she found a text message waiting on her phone, a short note from Hana Kim, the CEO of Sintran, again requesting a meeting. She was even in town and willing to come to Adeline's home. The woman was extremely persistent. It was the reason she had gotten to where she was. Adeline sent a quick note back, letting her know that she could meet for a few minutes but had meetings all afternoon. She was meeting Hiro and Elliot out in the desert then, to search for more tuning bars. She also knew that they would be sitting in Elliot's office that morning, listening to the conversations in her study via the app on the burner phone Adeline's younger self had hidden under a chair. Constance came by shortly before lunch and informed Adeline that she was going to Germany to meet with a man from her past, whom she believed might be infected. Hana Kim arrived about an hour later, and Adeline could tell she was excited about something. They sat in the study, speaking Korean, the CEO giving a wide-ranging update about the company. When she was done, she opened her laptop and pulled up a picture of a dead body. "Did I ever tell you how my father died?" "Yes, while waiting for a transplant." Hana nodded. "That's true. He was waiting for a transplant. He was very sick at the time. He had gone to America, to New York City, for an experimental treatment. But he actually died in a plane crash. I was a year old at the time, on September 1st, 1983. His plane was en route from New York to Seoul, but it had stopped in Anchorage, Alaska, to refuel before continuing on the Pacific leg of the flight. At some point, the plane got off course and drifted into Soviet airspace. It was shot down by a Soviet Su-15 interceptor. About 10 years later, we learned that the wreckage crashed into the Sea of Japan, but the details were kept secret back then. The downing of the Korean Airlines aircraft was one of the tensest moments of the Cold War. We knew my father was sick, but I thought I would see him again. His death was hard, but it was compounded by the fact that there was an empty casket at his funeral. Hana motioned to the laptop screen at the body. "At Sintran, I believe we have an opportunity to right that wrong as well, and we can do it with our existing technology. In fact, we've already created several successful." Adeline held up a hand, stopping the woman from saying another word. She stared at the screen, feeling her body go numb. This was the answer, the piece she had been missing. If her theory was correct, it would solve everything. But not if the woman continued describing what she was working on. "I'm afraid I need to cut our meeting short," Adeline said. Hana bunched her eyebrows. "This is a significant expansion in our product offering. It's a small market size, but we think it's a valuable market. We're envisioning selling this to governments around the world. In instances where a government employee was lost in the line of duty and a body can't be recovered, this would allow that nation to provide the family with some closure. Same for large multinationals. I can also see a use case for Absalom. This would give the families a body to bury. That's the other reason I wanted to meet with you, to see if you could facilitate an intro for me. The publicity would put it on the radar of." Adeline took a pad from the table and wrote the address of a roadside diner outside of town and a short message. "Meet me here in 30 minutes. Hana scrunched her face at the note. "Well, I'll see what I can do," Adeline said, "but I'm afraid that's all the time I have for now." 30 minutes later, she was sitting in a booth at the back of the small restaurant, Hana across from her. "What was that about?" Hana asked. "The venture capital industry is getting very cutthroat. I'm concerned someone might have bugged my home." "Really?" "It's a crazy world out there. Now, about this new service, what would you need to create a body? And does Sintran place any identifying marks on the replicas, like a serial number or something? That evening, Adeline sat on the back patio, an empty wine glass on the table, staring at the sun hovering over the mountains beyond the sea of glass. She heard the door open, and her counterpart marched in. "Tough day?" the younger woman asked, motioning to the wine glass. "No, I'm celebrating." "Celebrating what?" "A discovery, one that could change everything, a very unexpected discovery." "In the desert." "No, I knew what we would find in the desert. This I didn't see coming." The next morning, Adeline started the process to exhume Nora's body. There was some red tape. She needed approval from the cemetery as well as Nora's next of kin, a cousin in Pennsylvania. Getting consent was easier than she had expected. "As you know," she said on a call to the cousin, "Nora worked for my company, on Absalom. We believe she may have been exposed to subatomic particles during a recent experiment. We need to test her body to see if others she worked with might be at risk." 2 days later, she was standing in the morgue, staring at the body. She knew the private investigator Elliot had hired to follow her was on the other side of the glass, watching, making a video he would later send to Elliot, who would share it with the younger Adeline. It didn't matter. They weren't seeing what she was seeing. She bent down and confirmed her suspicions. Finally, it all made sense. The missing piece was on that table. The future wasn't what Adeline had imagined. 69. Adeline dreaded what she had to do next. Well, she dreaded half of it, the part where she betrayed her younger self and sent her to the past. The other part was a moment she had waited 19 years for, what happened after. The future was waiting, and she had to take control of it if she was going to get her father back. On that fateful day, the private security contractors arrived at her home in black SUVs with tinted windows, dressed in tailored suits that somewhat hid the sidearms in shoulder holsters. A few hours later, the delivery from Sintran arrived. Adeline's younger counterpart got home about the time. The box was being placed in the garage. "What's that?" she asked. "It's for a trip I'll be taking." "Trip where?" "It's none of your concern." The teenager glanced at the two black SUVs. "I've hired some additional security," Adeline said, "for the house and the office." "Private security?" "Yes, I needed people who only answer to me." At dinner that night, Adeline's younger counterpart was on edge as she waited for Elliot's message. Adeline knew what that message would say, knew that it marked the point at which Absalom II was finally precise enough to use. Adeline felt her own nerves growing. The moment she had waited so long for was finally here. Everything had to happen precisely. There was no room for error, now in the present or in the past. Adeline took the box of earrings from her pocket and slid them across the table. The glittering diamonds were the last reminder she had of Nathan. Soon, they would be this young woman's lifeline in the past. "I got you a small gift," Adeline said. Her counterpart took the box and quickly began removing the wrapper. "What's the occasion?" "New beginnings. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot." When she opened the box, young Adeline glanced at the stones. "They're beautiful. Someone very special gave them to me. Someone who's no longer in my life." Adeline's counterpart set the box down beside her plate. "Sorry, I need to." Adeline rose. "Please try them on." Hastily, she attached them to her ears and forced a smile. Adeline leaned forward, fingers interlocked. "They're perfect." That's how she would remember her younger self. In that moment, wearing the earrings that were the bridge between her past and this person's future. What came next was less pleasant. Her counterpart excused herself, retreated to the half-bath in the hall, where Adeline knew she was exchanging text messages with Elliot. Adeline sent a message of her own to the private security team. Proceed with Phase 1. A reply came a few seconds later. Commencing. Adeline didn't like this part, but it was the path of least resistance. Right now, the second security team was breaking into Elliot's home. The city's security cameras would capture it all, but it wouldn't matter. The vans had old license plates taken from a junkyard. The team members were wearing balaclavas. Adeline had verified that Elliot's wife wouldn't be home. She was in Europe. There was no chance she'd be harmed, but the police would respond. They would call Elliot, and he would have to leave the lab. Adeline knew he would return, but not in time. At least, not in time to stop her from sending her younger self to the past. She knew because it had already happened. Hyro was a tougher challenge. She needed him, but she would cross that bridge when she arrived at it. Adeline moved to the hall off the foyer and stood by the door to the half-bath. She drew the injector pen from her pocket and waited until the door opened. The younger woman turned when she realized someone was standing there, but it was too late. Adeline held the injector to her neck, pressed the button, and reached out as her body went limp. From the security cameras, Adeline knew Hyro was still in the lab with the door locked, as Elliot had instructed. What the two men didn't know was that Adeline had updated the software on those door locks. It had an override code only she knew. At the Absalom Sciences building, the private security contractors unloaded the box at the loading dock. The security guard merely said hello to Adeline. He was used to the scientists bringing items into the labs at all hours. Asking questions of the person who owned the company and ran the experiments that kept it going would only get him fired. As such, he didn't ask any questions. Adeline had the security team bring the box down to the lab level and set it outside the door to the Absalom 2 lab. She didn't want them to see what was inside or what was going to happen beyond the door. She instructed them to wait outside the building and alert her when Elliot returned. With her phone, she unlocked the door. Hyro was standing at a rolling cart beside the Absalom 2 prototype, studying a computer screen. He spun when the door lock clicked open and reached down to his pocket. Adeline assumed for his mobile phone to call Elliot. "Don't do it, Hyro. How'd you get in here?" "I had the software updated." Adeline threw a letter-size envelope at his feet. "Look at those pictures, Hyro." He reached down, opened it, and began rifling through the historical photos Tesseract had found. The photos that showed Adeline in the past, and the others. "What is this, a trick? Photo manipulation?" "It's real, Hyro. It's the past. And our future. It's the answer we've been looking for." Adeline turned and pointed at the box outside the door. "And here is the other one." Hyro shook his head. "This is a ruse. You're going to kill Nora." "Look at what's in the box, Hyro, please." "No. I know you're going to walk over here and look inside this box because you're the only one who can operate Absalom 2, besides Elliot, and he's too suspicious of me. This has to happen because you have to send me back." Hyro swallowed hard and shook his head. "No." Adeline walked over and opened the top of the box. 2 body bags were lying inside. One was breathable. The other was. She unzipped them enough to expose the faces, then stepped away, giving Hiro plenty of room. Hiro had said no, but he walked closer and looked down at Adeline's younger counterpart, breathing in and out, still knocked out from the drug Adeline had injected her with, but alive and well. 19 years ago, I woke up in that Absalom machine. It transported me back to March of 2008. My birth name is Adeline Anderson. Hiro's voice was a whisper. You're lying. I had cosmetic surgery a few years after I arrived in the past. She studied him, mentally searching for the key that would unlock his trust. In that home in Las Vegas, in the basement, you saw me when you exited the tunnel. Hiro studied Adeline's face as she continued recounting the memory. You grabbed me and pulled me inside and locked the door and turned and walked down the tunnel to the room with all the doors and the muscular bouncer sitting on a stool. He was reading a hardback book that was wrapped in thin plastic like you might find on a library book. Hiro's eyes went wide. Look at the other body, Hiro. He stared down. What is this? The other answer. All this time we made an assumption, a very big assumption, and we never even thought to question it. That assumption was wrong. We can fix all of this, Hiro, but I can't do it without you. And we need to hurry. You know I can't operate the machine. And soon I'll need to go through it myself. Still staring at the bodies, he swallowed. His chest rose and fell in labored breaths. Okay. Hiro helped Adeline drag the two bodies into the lab and place young Adeline in the Absalom machine. He set about programming 2 recall rings for Adeline for the next phase of the plan, and then began prepping the machine for the first departure. Date, time, and location, he asked. Monday, March 17, 2008, around 10 a.m. Stanford. Lameda Mall, right next to the machine shop. Hiro typed on the keyboard. Okay, ready. Adeline peered inside the machine. Her younger self was waking up, looking around, confused. A fist pounded on the door, and Elliot's muffled voice called into the room. Daniel, I'm calling the police. Sorry, Adeline whispered as she swung the door to the Absalom chamber closed. She stepped closer to Hiro. Send her. Adeline watched as Absalom hummed to life and transmitted her younger self to the past. 1 down, 2 to go. What now? Hiro asked. Now we get Dad back. 70. Elliot pounded harder on the door, screaming. Hiro stood at the computer terminal next to the Absalom prototype. We should tell him. It's too risky, Adeline said. He could try to stop us. We tell him after. Help me get the body in the machine. When the black bag was inside Absalom, Adeline closed the door and Hiro keyed in the departure sequence. As the machine hummed and the bag disappeared, Elliot stopped pounding on the door. He was leaving. Adeline didn't like that. He could be going to the police. But she couldn't let him in. She couldn't take the chance that he had a gun and could stop her. The past had to happen as it had. She would deal with him after it was over. Adeline felt nervousness growing in her stomach. The next 30 minutes would determine everything: her future, her father's future, and the fate of the universe itself. No pressure. She walked over to the metal table and put the large envelope of photos Tesseract had found back in her pocket, and then slipped the recall ring on her wrist. She put the other ring in her pocket. She would need it soon. Hiro stared at her. He was nervous too. This would be the first time a recall ring was ever used. What they were about to activate would reach across universes, time and space, back to Pangaea, to a place where her father had either lived or died. Activate it, Hiro. He typed on the keyboard and turned to her. Ping was successful. Ring is active. Pull it through. The next few seconds were the longest of Adeline's life. Would her father arrive as a mangled mess, in pieces, in a haze of particles and dust? The Absalom machine hummed and flashed. In the middle of the chamber, her father appeared. He looked like death. He was skinny, his hair grungy, his face streaked with blood and dirt. But it was his eyes that shook Adeline. They were hard and hollowed out, like an animal, someone who had been fighting for his life and had the life driven out of him. But he was alive. When his eyes came into focus and he saw Adeline through the machine's glass door, his gaze softened. A smile formed. Seeing her and the lab and the world he knew seemed to bring him back. Almost instantly, his eyes morphed back to the man Adeline had known in the two eras of her life. As a child, when she was Adeline, and as an adult, when she was Daniel. She knew that he was seeing Daniel, his business partner and friend, and the woman who had been so kind to his dying wife, and then the guardian who had taken in his children when he had been banished from this world. Adeline wanted to tell him who she really was, and if things went right, she would have that chance. If not, leaving that unsaid would be the greatest regret of her life. The next few minutes would determine whether that opportunity came. To Hiro, Adeline said, "Have you rekeyed his recall ring?" "Yes, it's entangled with this universe now." Adeline opened the door. "Welcome back." Sam's eyes welled with tears. "How?" he asked, his voice breaking with emotion. "We'll get to that, but we need to do something else first." Sam nodded and didn't say any more. Adeline closed the door, motioned to Hiro, and the machine hummed again. The government would launch a full investigation into the power and Absalom usage tonight, but that was a problem for the future. Right now, Adeline had to ensure there was a future. For the third time in her life, she watched Absalom send her father to the past. Then, for the second time in her life, she stepped into the machine and felt it hum and vibrate, and she joined him in the past. 71. Adeline arrived in the foyer of Nora's home. Hiro's targeting was good but not perfect. She was about 2 feet off the floor when she snapped into existence. She landed awkwardly, feet thudding on the floor as she reached out to brace herself on a wall with her hand. "Hello," Nora called from the kitchen. She stepped out into the hall and stared at Adeline. "I told you not to come over." Nora's gaze drifted to the front door, the locked door. "Wait, how did you get in here?" Before Adeline could answer, the air next to her crackled and began to hiss. She stepped aside and watched as her father appeared, also a few feet off the floor. He landed with more grace, in a crouch. Nora's mouth fell open. Adeline could only imagine what was going through the woman's mind. She had just seen this man leave her home, dressed in normal clothes, at a normal weight and well-groomed. Now, he was wearing what Nora would instantly recognize as an Absalom departure ensemble, and he was slightly emaciated and completely dirty. He smelled terrible. "What is this?" Nora asked. "It's Absalom too," Adeline said. "I got that far. Why are you here?" Adeline could see that Nora was scared now. It was the sight of her father that had done it. The fact that he had been sent via Absalom for some crime in the future. She could almost see Nora putting it together. Nora took a step back, as if she was going to run. Her foot crunched on the broken glass on the floor. Adeline glanced around. The package should arrive any second. "Nora, it's not what you think." The air between them in the hall crackled again. Adeline expected to see the black bag emerge. Instead, Elliot appeared. His foot slipped on the rug as he landed, crashing to the floor, but he scrambled to his feet, raising his right arm, a gun held out, trained on Adeline. "Don't move." Adeline's heart hammered in her chest. This wasn't part of the plan. She expected the universe around her to shatter, to dissolve like an oil painting exposed to heat, the view bubbling into blisters that peeled and flaked away. But reality held, for now. So far, this had already occurred. Elliot didn't look back at Nora. He took a step toward Adeline. "She's here to kill you, Nora." Adeline's father cocked his head. "Is that true, Danny?" "No." "Activate your recall ring," Elliot said. "Leave this time right now." Adeline ignored his command. "How did you get here?" "I broke down the lab door and tied Hiro up. He told me the lies you used on him." "They're not lies, Elliot. I can prove it." As if on cue, a crackle emanated from the edge of the foyer, just inside the dining room. The black bag snapped into existence and dropped to the floor with a thud. Elliot's eyes went wide. "Open the bag," Adeline said. "What is it?" Adeline turned to her father. "Unzip it." He stared at her and then at Elliot and finally Nora. He stepped toward the bag. Elliot held out his other hand. "Stop, Sam. It's probably a weapon." He was too late. Adeline's father reached down and unzipped the bag, revealing the body that looked exactly like Nora. He reeled back at the sight. Elliot froze, gun still held on Adeline. "How?" Sam asked. "A long time ago, I funded a company called Syntran. It grows organs for transplant. Along the way, they figured out how to grow human bodies from a DNA sample, even how to use telomere trimming and epigenetic manipulation to age the specimens. They grow the replica, age the organs so that they're the right size, harvest them, then provide the remaining body to families for burial in cases where their loved one couldn't be recovered." "The morgue," Elliot whispered. "Yes," Adeline said. "That's why I had Nora's body exhumed, to verify that it had the Syntran serial number, to verify that a Syntran replica had been buried." Adeline pointed to the body on the floor. "This is the corpse the police will find. It will be buried, not Nora." For a long moment it was utterly quiet. "We made an assumption," Adeline said. "We assumed that Nora was murdered tonight. That assumption was wrong. She was. She was replaced and made to look like she was murdered so that we would complete Absalom too, so the future would take place. There's a far larger process at work here." 72. Nora looked from Adeline to the body on the floor. "Hold on. Did you just say murdered?" Adeline nodded. "It's a long story. The happy ending is that you're not going to be murdered." Her gaze drifted over to Elliot, who was still holding the gun, staring down at Nora's replica. Adeline wondered what he was thinking. What had his plan been? Had he imagined himself stopping Adeline from killing Nora, and then traveling back to the future until he could take the time to develop his own replica for Nora? It was the only real solution that Adeline could see. If that was Elliot's plan, what then? Saving Charlie was his real objective. For him, Absalom 2 had always been about the son he had lost. "It's not over, Elliot." "What do you mean?" "The night Charlie died in his apartment, you walked out into the living room and told me never to speak of that night until we met at Nora's house, and that I would know when. And that when the time came, to tell you that everything was going to be all right." Elliot cocked his head. "I didn't see you that night." As soon as he said it, comprehension dawned on him. "Not yet," Adeline said. "Not yet." Elliot let the gun fall to his side. A tear rolled down his face. "Not yet," he whispered. To Sam, he said, "It's good to see you again." His old friend nodded. Elliot turned back to Nora. "You too. It's been longer for us than for you." "I want to hear about that." "You will," Elliot said. He reached down to the recall ring on his wrist. "But I need to get back to the lab before I contaminate this crime scene with my DNA. And I need to apologize to Hiro." He pressed the button, and the air crackled and he was gone. "What happens now?" Nora asked. "Now," Adeline said, moving to the black body bag, "we recreate your murder." Sam helped Adeline lift Nora's replica and move her to the kitchen. They placed the body with the head protruding out into the hallway so that it would be seen from the front door the next morning. "We need to make the incision," Adeline said. "Sintran left the organs in and simulated a time of death, but the body still needs to bleed." Adeline watched her father walk to the kitchen and take the knife from the butcher block. She swallowed, heart beating faster, waiting for the moment that had been nearly 2 decades in the making, a moment that would change everything for them. He paused, looking at the knife, his back to her. "We have a problem." He turned to the two women. The knife was hidden in the toilet compartment, and Adeline's DNA was found on it, but she never touched it. Adeline walked over and took the knife from him. "Her DNA is on it now." Her father stared at her, confused. Slowly, comprehension seemed to dawn on him. "Hi, Dad." He reached back and put a hand on the counter, bracing himself. "How?" "Absalom too." His chest rose and fell faster as his breathing accelerated. "How far back?" "All the way to 2008. I was there when Mom gave birth." You were that Adeline, the TA she told me about." "I was." He reached out and touched Adeline's cheek. His hand was still dirty, but Adeline didn't care. She pressed her face into his fingers. "I had surgery," she whispered, "a few years before I met you as Daniel." Her father studied her face and shook his head. "I thought I was the hero, but it was you all along, the price you paid. All those years you gave to this. Half your life, most would have given up. It was a small price to pay to get you back." Adeline turned to look at Nora. "And to save you. That's why I hid the cameras. I was trying to figure out what was going to happen." "I understand," Nora said. "What happens now?" Sam asked. "Now," Adeline replied, "we start living the part we've all been avoiding, the future. A wise person once said that time heals all wounds, but it won't work if you don't give time a chance. I think we've given the past enough time. Our wounds are healed. It's time to do what we were always meant to do, the real reason Absalom 2 exists. It's time to give the future a chance, and to start helping others." Part V. Absalom Island. 73. In the lab. Adeline stepped out of the Absalom machine and joined Elliot and Hiro at the computer station. "Ready for us to bring them home?" Hiro asked. Elliot had clearly filled him in on what had transpired at Nora's house in the past. "Not yet," Adeline said. Using her phone, she disabled the cameras in the lab and told the two men her plan. Elliot just shook his head. "You've been 2 steps ahead the whole time." "Yes, but I didn't know how all the pieces fit until now." To Hiro, she said, "Go ahead, bring them home." The Absalom machine hummed, and Adeline's father appeared in the chamber. Adeline opened the door and held up a hand. "We need to transmit you again." "Why?" "There will be an investigation into this prototype's usage tonight. They'll know from the power consumption. We can't have your DNA here, and you can't stay here." He nodded. Where exactly am I going then? It's a place called Absalom Island, and it's the future. Nora will be joining you there, so will I. All of us will, eventually. Adeline closed the door and watched her father disappear. When Nora arrived, Adeline told her about Absalom Island and watched her depart. Elliot pointed to the computer screen. We're already getting a ton of emails about the power usage. What are we going to tell them? The truth. We had to use the prototype to avoid a temporal disaster, and that it won't happen again. We're shutting down all further development of Absalom here. We're moving everything to the island. Elliot bunched his eyebrows. What exactly are we going to be doing on the island? Adeline drew the envelope from her pocket, the same one she had shown Hiro. She handed it to Elliot and watched as he flipped through the photos the Tesseract program had found. He paused on one that showed Adeline standing in Nanking in late 1937. The next photo was of her and her father in a village in northern Sumatra, Indonesia, in 2004. The next page showed Elliot and Charlie in Cambodia in 1975. How long have you had these? He asked. I found some photos that had me in them years ago. I only thought to look for the rest of you after Dad mentioned it the night you showed us Absalom too. Charlie's in these pictures. How? I couldn't exhume his body, not without your permission, so I couldn't confirm that he was replaced with a Syntran replica. But I knew we'd get him back when I saw these photos. You could have told me. I could have, but I didn't know what you would do. I couldn't risk you disrupting the past until I knew how it all fit together. And how does it fit together? Absalom Island, Elliot, it's the key. It's a place to do what we did here tonight with Nora, rescue people who are lost in time, people who are going to die but deserve a second chance, people like Charlie. She reached out and gripped his shoulder. In fact, he's the second one we're going to save. 74. Atop a high dune, on an island in the Pacific, Sam stood and watched the waves crash into the beach as the sun set in the distance. He reached out and intertwined his fingers with Nora's. Neither said a word. They simply watched the sun slip over the horizon and the dark curtain of night spread across the sky, the stars shining brighter than he had ever seen them, at least in this world. The night sky reminded him of Pangaea, an island much like this one, uninhabited and full of wonder. But he was safe here, and he wasn't alone. This was a home, a place for a second chance. He and Nora walked along a crushed stone path back to a small cottage overlooking the sea. An empty, newly made village spread out around it, waiting for its residents to arrive. To Sam, it almost felt like he and Nora were the only people in the world, and that was sort of perfect. It was what he needed. He sensed that she did too. They had been here for a week, and in that time, without all the pressures and worries of the outside world, they had both decompressed and gotten to know each other in a way he thought they never would have before in the normal world. As much as he loved the little bubble he now inhabited with Nora, Sam wondered what the date was. He knew Absalom could only send matter to the past. How far back had the machine sent them when it transported them to the island? A week? A month? There had been no contact with the outside world. If it had been a week, then Adeline, Elliot, and Hiro were just now getting to the point where they were fighting to control the Absalom 2 prototype in the lab. He wasn't sure how long it would take them to wind down their affairs in the U.S. and make their way to the island, but he hoped they didn't hurry. More time with Nora on the island was just fine with him. For now, they had everything they needed here. The pantries in the cottages were full of meals ready to eat, or MREs. Clean water flowed from the taps. There were even new clothes hanging in the closet. Sam was especially thankful for that. Upon arriving, the first thing he had done was strip off the Absalom prison uniform and take a hot shower. He had soaked in the tub after that, and Nora had joined him, using a washcloth to clean the wound on his back. "How did you get this?" she had asked. "It's a long story. Dinosaur attack. Prison fight." Nora laughed, then stopped. "Wait, you're serious." "I am, like I said, it's a long story, but it's in the past. All I care about now is the future." He turned in the tub. "Back there in Pangaea, I thought about what I would do if I ever got home. I thought about all my regrets. One was you, not committing, not taking the next step with us. I want that. I want to start over to focus on the future, if you want to." "I do, but Sam, what kind of life can we have here? I'm technically dead, so are you." "If you think about it, it's perfect. Remember what you said in London." Nora squinted, "About feeling like a fraud." "Yes, you felt like confessing. You hated the way the world saw you." "I did." "Well, nobody here is going to look at you like that. This is a new beginning for all of us. And you were right about what you said in that hotel in London. There is a larger process at work here. This is what it was all about, the work we're going to do here." Sam took her hands in his. "From here, we can go anywhere in the world, anywhere in time. Our future is written in the past, and it's the adventure of a lifetime." 75. In the lab, Hiro programmed the Absalom 2 prototype for the day Nora died. "I need to arrive in the early afternoon," Adeline said, "in the toilet compartment of the master bathroom. And by the way, your targeting is still off by a few feet, vertically. I almost broke my ankle when I arrived at Nora's. My parents always told me to aim high." "Hiro, was that an Absalom dad joke?" He shrugged. "I'm at that age." Adeline laughed and stepped into the machine. When she arrived inside Nora's home, her feet were indeed closer to the floor this time. She landed with barely a sound. She set the note on the floor, knowing Nora would find it and go searching for the cameras. She marveled at the revelation that she was actually the person who had sabotaged her own grand plan to see what had happened inside Nora's home that night. She activated her recall ring, musing to herself at how strange time and causality was. The next morning, Adeline stood in the kitchen of her home, staring down at a tablet where a live stream of a news reporter was playing. In a surprise move today, Absalom Sciences announced it would no longer operate its namesake technology, and that it would cease all future development of related quantum technology at its Nevada headquarters. Its government clients have entered into a perpetual license and will now operate the Nevada facilities through an international consortium. In what looks like related news, the UN and nations around the world have formally recognized the newly created Pacific Island Republic of Absalom. The doorbell rang, and Adeline turned the tablet off and walked to the front door, where Hana Kim was waiting. Once again, they met in the study, and this time there was no hidden listening device. Adeline had instructed her security team to sweep the entire house. She didn't want anyone to hear what was about to be said. "Thank you for providing the replica of Dr. Thomas." "Of course," Hana said. "Out of curiosity, what was it for? A second memorial service?" "No," Adeline said slowly. "It was for the first service a few months ago." Hana squinted at her, clearly confused. Adeline walked to the window and gazed out at the street. "I'm going to tell you something that only 5 people in the entire world know. What really happened to Nora Thomas?" When Adeline had finished the story, Hannah was silent for almost a minute. "Can I ask why you told me? Do you know why I invested in Sintran all those years ago?" "Because of the potential of what we're doing." "Half right," Adeline said. "The other half is that I saw myself in you, someone who had lost their father tragically, someone who was working to make sure that never happened to anyone else like you. There's something very special about people who truly want to leave the world better than they found it. A lot of people talk about it. Far fewer actually do it. What I didn't know then is that what you were building was the key to saving someone I cared deeply about, Nora. And that what I was creating was the key to giving you what you've always wanted, a way to save your father, a second chance to actually get to know him." "I don't understand." "I want to tell you about a place called Absalom Island. It's a place where we're going to rescue people who are lost in time, people who died tragic deaths, who deserve a chance at a full life. There's just one thing we need: bodies to replace the people we take from the past. We need a Sintran lab we can operate. When it's operational, I promise you that your father will be the second person we rescue from the island. And once we have him back, thanks to Sintran, you can give him that life-saving transplant." 76. Working methodically, Adeline, Elliot, and Hiro shut down the Absalom labs in Nevada. The employees were given generous severances. Ceasing development on the Absalom technology made the government inquest about the unauthorized Absalom departures easier to get rid of. At home, Adeline faced a far greater challenge. After school on Tuesday afternoon, she led Ryan into the family room, where he sat on the couch, and Adeline perched on the edge of a club chair. "I told you that Adeline went back to college." Ryan nodded, eyeing her, concern deepening by the second. "I know she hasn't responded to your texts or emails." "How did you?" "There's something I need to tell you." He swallowed but didn't look away. "It's something I said to you a few months ago, and 20 years ago." Ryan bunched his eyebrows. "It's over and we're going home, and Dad is waiting there for us." "He is? Wait, what?" Adeline pressed on. She knew the words that would convince him, knew she had to get through them, the quicker the better. "When you were 8, I was volunteering at Noah's House, a non-profit shelter for kids who had been removed from their homes by social services. There was this big box of Legos in the garage. They were yours. I thought you didn't want them anymore. You hadn't played with them in years. I donated them to Noah's House. When you found out I got rid of them, you lost it. You were so angry with me, screaming and balling up your fists. And then when I told you who I had donated them to, you didn't say another word. You were really conflicted, still so angry, but you knew you weren't playing with them anymore, and that they were doing more good at the shelter. You got a truckload of Legos that Christmas. They were stacked around the tree so high you could barely see the other presents." Ryan opened his mouth to speak. Adeline kept going. "When you were 6, you broke your leg and sprained your other ankle really badly. You were in a wheelchair for a month until your ankle healed enough for crutches. I was pushing you in the street, but I didn't realize how much speed we were gathering. Finally, I couldn't even run fast enough to keep up. The wheelchair was pulling away and I was losing control. I've never been that scared in my entire life." Even recounting the memory of it shot a bolt of fear through Adeline. Ryan's voice was just above a whisper. "What is this? What are you doing?" "I knew I had to stop you before you got hit by a car. I lunged and pulled on the right handle of the wheelchair to steer it toward the ditch. I stood there in the street, panting, doubled over with my hands on my knees, watching as you crashed into that shallow ravine. Those seconds were probably the scariest of my entire life, even scarier than watching Dad disappear in Absalom. The color drained from Ryan's face. The yell that came out of you shattered me. I was terrified and winded, but I turned and ran back to the house. I thought my heart was going to explode inside my chest. I threw the door open and screamed for Dad, telling him you were hurt, and hurt badly and maybe dying. And I ran to my room and slammed the door and locked it and buried my head in a pillow and cried until I had a headache and felt sick. Ryan swallowed hard. Impossible. I heard you crying when Dad carried you back into the house. I stayed in my room, even through dinner. That night, Dad had to break open my door. It ripped out part of the frame. He made me come out and showed me that you were okay and that everything was fine. I felt terrible, but you forgave me, just like the Legos. How? 2 days after Mom died, I skipped school and went over to Caroline Marshall's house and got the drunkest I've ever been in my life. I think it all finally caught up with me, and I was regretting not spending more time with her. I stumbled home. I don't remember it all, but I remember throwing up all over the living room, and in the hall going to my bedroom. I passed out. When I woke up, I was still drunk. I threw up again in the toilet, and when I left my room, someone had cleaned up the mess in the living room. It was you. It had to be. Dad was somewhere, I can't remember where, but you never said a word. To him, or to me. How is this possible? Ryan, I know this is going to be hard to hear. Just tell me. I'm your sister. What happened to Daniel? I'm also Daniel. I always have been. I sent myself back in time using Absalom. Ryan sat back against the couch cushion and breathed out. No way. It's true. To when? 2008. Why then? I don't know exactly. There's something about that time, about the loop. It sort of all started then, right before my birth. And you became Daniel. How did you know to do that? Some of the things I said to myself. That Daniel had found herself alone with very little money and had made good investments to support herself. And then there was the obvious clue. I sent myself back in time with an Absalom intern ID around my neck. But under that ink was a California driver's license for Daniel Daneros. When I saw it, I realized the truth, what was going on and what I had to do. I knew history couldn't be changed. When I saw the ID, I knew I had sent myself to the past to ensure things occurred the way they had to happen. But where did the ID come from in the first place? It's a mystery of space and time, the same kind of mystery as the universe itself. Where did it come from? What was it before? No one knows the answer to that. Ryan shook his head. This is going to take some getting used to. I know. Wait, you said Dad's at home. He is, but not the home you know. We're moving, little brother. A month later, Adeline was standing on the deck of the ship she had chartered to Absalom Island. It was another calm day on the sea, and she knew that around sunset, they'd sight land. At lunch, Ryan said, "Will there be other kids?" "Not initially," Adeline said, "but soon there will be. Kids and teachers and people from all walks of life, from all around the world and across time. The island will be the ultimate melting pot." When she was finished eating, Adeline prepared a lunch tray for Constance and made her way below decks to her friend's stateroom. She found Constance lying on the bed, reading a book. Her eyelids were heavy and her skin was ashen. When they had set sail, Adeline hadn't been sure the woman would live long enough to see them arrive at Absalom Island. For that reason, Adeline had been coming down to check on her several times a day. Constance smiled. "Are we there yet?" Adeline set the tray on the side table and sat on the bed. Almost. Did I tell you, I found the last one? Constance had told her, a few days ago, but Adeline knew her memory was slipping, and she didn't want Constance to focus on that. She used one of the skills her very strange life had bestowed upon her, one that would likely come in handy when rescuing people in the past. No, she lied. When I found him, I thought, that's the last thread. Constance took a few deep breaths. Maybe that's what the end of a life is, tying together those last few threads. Adeline thought about her mother, and the photo mosaic quilts they had sewn together, and she thought Constance was right. When she left, Constance was sleeping. In her own stateroom, Adeline slipped beneath one of the mosaic quilts. She couldn't remember her life ever feeling so complete, but as full as it was, she was still missing one piece. A very important one. 77. The sound and motion of the waves on the ship's hull slowly rocked Adeline to sleep. A knock on her stateroom door woke her from the nap. When she opened it, she found Ryan standing in the narrow passage. "We're here." On the deck, Adeline stood beside Hannah, Ryan, Hyro, and Elliot and his wife, Claire. The shoreline of Absalom Island was barely visible on the horizon. Adeline raised a pair of binoculars to her eyes and quickly found the dock where her father and Nora were standing, waiting as the sun set behind them. His arm was around her, and they were both smiling, staring at the ship coming in. They looked happy, happier than she had ever seen her father. A container ship arrived a few days later. On board was the Absalom 2 device, the Syntran components for a lab, and the Tesseract server array. When the containers had been offloaded and moved to the Absalom Rescue Center, the ship left, and the team began setting up the equipment. The facility had everything else they would need, including a sewing room where they could make time-period-specific outfits, and 3D print the other items they needed, a hospital, and a reorientation center for those rescued from the past. While the pieces were coming together to rescue people from the past, there was still one challenge: identifying who to rescue. After all, the past couldn't be changed. Like the tuning bars in Death Valley, Adeline and her team could only go back in time if they were certain that they already had. She needed proof to be sure. Before she left Absalom City, Adeline had made a deal to identify those people. In the Absalom Agreement with nations around the world, she had received two very important things. The first was formal diplomatic recognition of Absalom Island. The second was a data-sharing agreement that granted her access to vast government archives of photos and videos, records never seen by the public. As soon as Tesseract was set up in the rescue center, the government data would begin streaming in. From here on, the program would search the photos and videos of disasters, wars, famines, and other devastating events for evidence that Adeline and her team had been there. Those photos were the outline of their future missions. The night they finished setting up the Absalom Rescue Center, Adeline walked along one of the island's gravel paths to the bungalows overlooking the sea, warm wind blowing through her hair, a carton with dinner in her hands. At the house on the end, she knocked on the door but didn't wait to go inside. Constance was often too tired to answer. Inside, the home was decorated with all the things Constance had brought from Palo Alto and Absalom City, everything except the room with all the photos of her past. Her secret, that was gone now. That was perhaps what Adeline liked most about the island. There were no more secrets here. The bedroom Constance hid from the world was gone. So was Elliot's room in the basement where he searched for clues that he had rescued Charlie. and Hyro's tunnel in Las Vegas where he hid his addiction from the world. They had left their secrets behind. As Adeline walked through the home, calling Constance's name, she realized that Absalom Island had lost its first resident. They buried Constance the next day. It was a simple grave by the sea, on the south side of the island, where the sun would always shine on it. The island's entire population was there. Adeline, Ryan, Sam, Nora, Elliot, Claire, Hyro, and Hannah. The final line of Elliot's eulogy was, "Absalom has lost its first citizen today, and tonight we'll add our first." 78. In the Absalom Rescue Center, Adeline studied the machine. It was almost exactly like the Absalom 2 prototype from the lab in Nevada, with one exception. The chamber was larger. The original Absalom machine was built for one-way trips, for one person. This machine was built for more people, and trips both ways. One of the biggest challenges in operating an Absalom device on the island was the power required. There simply wasn't enough room for a solar field large enough to gather what Absalom needed. Luckily, the island's electrical infrastructure had been built with future growth in mind. Thanks to a combination of tidal turbines, a geothermal plant, and a small solar array, they could generate the power the machine needed. Or so they thought. Tonight's departure would be the first test. Adeline stepped into the chamber. Elliot joined her. The body bag with the Syntran replica was there waiting, ready to go back. At the command station, Adeline's father and Hyro checked the departure sequence one last time. Sam looked up at them, smiled, and Absalom Island disappeared. Adeline and Elliot arrived in a small bedroom. Dirty clothes lay in heaps on the floor. Rock and roll posters covered the walls. An unmade bed filled most of the room. On a bedside table, a lava lamp belched lumps of red wax that floated free and tangled together. Through the closed door to the living room, music was playing. Undone, the Sweater Song by Weezer. The body bag was lying on the floor to the right of the door. Elliot began breathing faster. Adeline sensed that being here again was triggering for him. The pain of what he remembered happening in the next room was still real for him, even with the prospect of saving his son. The next few minutes would decide his fate. It had happened this way once, and must happen again. "What now?" Elliot whispered. "You go out there." Elliot shrugged, fear in his eyes, and Adeline put a hand on his shoulder. "And say what you wish you had said when he was alive, the words you've held inside all these years." Elliot swallowed and nodded. Adeline knew that what came next would be a sort of surgical operation, performed with words. Elliot knew his son was sick. In the next room, he was lying on the table, waiting for the conversation that would save him and set him on a new path. When Elliot opened the bedroom door, the Weezer song was winding down, and Charlie's voice rang out. "Hey, Charlie, how'd you get in here? You broke into my apartment." "I just want to talk." Get out, get out." "Son, listen to me, please." "I'm calling the cops." "We both know you're not going to do that, and I know something else. I know that if you stick that needle in your arm, it will be the last thing you ever do. You won't get high, Charlie. What's in there will take everything from you. I know you've already had a lot tonight. You can't take any more." "How what?" "I'm asking you to trust me. If you don't, it'll be the last thing you ever do. I promise you, Charlie. I know it seems like you can never get away from your troubles, that they're always in your mind. You've self-medicated and you've tried to get clean, and what you're holding now is the only thing that's ever made you feel any better. But only for a short time. There's a better way, son. I'm asking you to give me 5 minutes to show you. That's all. Another song started up, 18 and Life by Skid Row. The opening chords partially blotted out the voices, but through the din, Elliot's voice broke through, filled with emotion, cracking. I can't imagine. A second later, he said, Put it down, Charlie, please. As she waited, Adeline's heart pounded in her chest. Every second felt like an eternity. She felt tears well in her eyes as the door opened. Elliot came into view. He was crying too, the tears flowing down his face. The door swung wider and Charlie was standing there. His black hair was greasy and stringy. He was rail-thin, cheeks gaunt, eyes sunken, but he was alive. Who are you? Charlie, Elliot said slowly. This is Adeline Anderson. He shook his head. No way. Adeline Anderson is like 13 years old. Not anymore, Elliot said, staring at her. She's all grown up now, and she's the reason I'm here. Adeline held out her hands as Charlie had done so many years ago at one of her birthday parties, and repeated the words he had said to her. Want to fly? He squinted, and Adeline was surprised when he recited the line she had said back. Will it make me dizzy? Yes, but you'll like it. Charlie held out his pale, bone-thin hands, and Adeline put a recall ring around his wrist. We're going to take a trip, Adeline said. Your dad will join us soon. Remind me again, Elliot said. What should I tell her? That she can never speak of seeing you here until we all meet at Nora's house. She'll know when. And when that time comes, to tell you that everything is going to be all right. Adeline gripped Charlie's hands and reached a finger over to press the button on the recall ring. Elliot was already unzipping the body bag as the room disappeared. 79. Charlie was given his own bungalow by the sea. In those first few weeks, he kept to himself, but Adeline knew from her conversations with Elliot that the time had been difficult. Hannah went to see him daily and did everything she could, medically, to help with the withdrawal symptoms. But the true fight was in his own mind. He got worse for a time, and then slowly he got better. In a way, that was the island's ultimate power. It used time to heal. Elliot and his wife, Claire, lived next door to Charlie, and while they gave him his space, they were also there for him, waiting, hoping that they would become a family again. Adeline watched as her father and Nora grew closer than they ever had been in Palo Alto or Absalom City. They shared a bungalow with a small garden behind it. They homeschooled Ryan for now, until a proper school could be established. Adeline's brother had taken up surfing and spent most days exploring the island. It was the transformation in Hiro that surprised her the most. For the first time since Adeline had known him, Hiro was happy. Like Charlie, it seemed that time on the island was chasing his demons away. It seemed that his addiction had finally released him. One morning, Adeline was sitting in Hiro's office, sipping coffee, when she said, "How accurate are your Absalom arrival calculations?" The physicist snorted. "Can't believe you'd even ask me that." "Can you hit a moving target?" Hiro squinted. "Of course, the Earth is a moving target." Adeline cocked her head, confused. "Our planet is constantly moving through space," Hiro said. "If you go back in time even a fraction of a second, Earth is not where it was when you left." Adeline had never even considered that. She pressed on. "What about if we're trying to arrive on an airplane in mid-flight?" "Are you serious? You want to do an Absalom rescue on a moving airplane?" "I'm serious." "Cool. Is it doable?" Sure, we'd have to get the flight plan. It won't help much. We know this flight got off course before it was shot down. We don't know exactly where it happened, only that the Soviets downed it somewhere around the Strait of Tartary, between the Sea of Japan and the Sea of Okhotsk. Adeline held up a finger. Complicating matters is that we don't know the exact time it went down either. Hiro stood and paced. What we need is a probe, an Absalom probe, a small device loaded with cameras in all directions. We send it to the past, somewhere in the sky, it takes pictures, and it automatically recalls itself after a fraction of a second. We can use the photos to pinpoint the exact location of the plane. Adeline could tell he was excited about the idea. You love this, don't you? Hiro nodded. I do. I love the math of it, building things and the risk of departures and recall. He looked up. Not that there is any risk. I work it all out before you depart. But I know what you mean. It's a little like gambling in that way. It is, Hiro said slowly. But I don't miss gambling. Maybe I traded one obsession for another. Maybe you traded an unhealthy obsession for a healthy one. I think that's how it goes sometimes. 2 months later, thanks to Hiro's Absalom probe, Hana and Adeline went back to 1983 and rescued Hana's father. 80. In the Tesseract review room, Adeline sat at one of the stations, scrolling through photos. The one on the screen was from the Imperial War Museums in the UK. It was dated September 14, 1940, a week after the Nazi bombing campaign known as the Blitz began. The photo was from London, of a townhouse where a family was standing on the front stoop with two visitors in front of them, Elliot and Charlie. Adeline used the aging algorithm to estimate Elliot's and Charlie's age in the photo. The software predicted that they were approximately 6 months older than they were now. It would probably be their first mission to the past. That made sense to Adeline. Charlie would likely be ready then. She added the picture and departure date to the schedule of upcoming missions. The next photo Tesseract had tagged was from an archive in the United States. As Adeline studied it, she realized it wasn't a photo, but a black-and-white drawing that wasn't dated. It was, however, beautifully done, clearly by a talented artist. It depicted a frontier family sitting around a fire in front of a covered wagon. The family's 3 children were holding what looked like marbles in their hands. Adeline sat to the left of the children, her father on the right, both smiling. The father of the family was whittling a stick of wood with a small knife. Adeline opened the accompanying files and found a picture of a journal entry that was apparently below the drawing. She could see the lines and shadings of it at the top of the writing. Fellow travelers came to call today, a man and his daughter, bearing fresh-baked bread and a cured ham. By some miracle, they also gave the children marbles to play with. I wish they had conveyed them privately to Oliver and myself, for we would have saved them as gifts for Christmas. At dinner, they recounted that, like us, they were in search of a better life for their family and had come out here to seek it. Try as I might, I couldn't place their accents, and they were a tad circumspect about divulging their roots. But I suppose that's fine. Smart even. You never know what grudges strangers might be carrying around and what scores they're looking to settle. Out here, holding your tongue about yourself might help you live longer. Adeline studied the drawing and journal entry. There was no date or location. That was a problem. There were 2 more files associated with the group. One was a map with a line drawn across present-day Colorado, southern Idaho, northern Nevada, and ending in northern California. Adeline recognized it as the California Trail from the 19th century, The dirt road traveled by hundreds of thousands of settlers going west to the gold rush in California. The trail had a series of numbers along it, and the second file was a scan of a notebook with the corresponding numbers. Adeline quickly read them, focusing on number 49. Nav 14, 1852, came across what we thought was a wrecked wagon. Suspected it was an Indian trap at first. Would have kept moving along if not for the smell of the bodies. Oxen dead too. Too long dead to butcher. Unfortunate. The wagon was cracked like a ship on the rocks. Best guess is a windstorm got them. I didn't think that was real common in these parts, but there it was. Maggie yelled at me to pass them by, insisting they likely got the cholera. But I buried them. Kept the mother's journal in case any of their kin come asking about them. The kids had marbles. I know I should have buried the toys with them, but I slipped them in my pocket to give to Mary and Luke at Christmas. Ain't proud of it. Guess that's why I confessed it here. Likely all the kids will get this year unless we make a strike early. And with that, Adeline had what she needed: location and date. In her mind, she began putting the mission together. They would approach the family with gifts, share a meal, and invite them back to their camp. At a safe distance, perhaps on a nearby ridge, they'd watch the windstorm destroy the wagon, then give the family recall rings and bring them back to Absalom Island, where they would find exactly what they were going west for: a better life for their family in an unsettled frontier. Adeline spent the afternoon sewing the outfits she and her father would wear. The hum of the sewing machine always made her think of her mother and her teaching her the craft. Sarah Anderson would forever stay in the past, but in so many ways, she was here with them too. 2 weeks later, Adeline and her father were walking along the California Trail in northern Nevada in November of 1852. It was cold, but there was no snow on the ground. Only a rocky, dusty path worn with ruts from wagon wheels and the trudging of oxen and mules. Mountains rose to the right and left like rock giants silently watching the procession. Dad. Yeah. When we were arrested in the cemetery in Absalom City, did you ever think it would end this way? He shook his head and laughed. In a million years, I didn't see this coming, rescuing people in the past. It's wild, isn't it? It is, but the future is always stranger than you imagine. In my experience, things rarely turn out the way you expect them to. And in a strange way, it makes sense. How? Time and causality. What do you mean? Well, consider the tuning bars, the breakthrough that made Absalom 2 possible. You think about the outcome, you go search for that result, and if you find it in the past, you conduct the experiment. Right, but how does that apply to Absalom 1? Same principle. When we created Absalom, we weren't trying to build a time machine. We were trying to build a machine that saved our families. Sure, we wanted to help others, but our intention was to create a better life for our families. He paused a moment. The wind blew through the passage, whipping dirt against the clothes Adeline had sewn. Did you know your mom used to teach a psychology class about beliefs and reality? Adeline smiled. I did. In fact, I helped her teach it once upon a time. The class was Psych 20N, How Beliefs Create Reality. That's the one. It was all about how our perception of the world around us is shaped by our convictions, mental health, physical health, and environment. Well, I think our beliefs are more powerful than that, her father said. I think they, along with time, are the unseen engine of the universe. The missing piece, Adeline said. That's right. I think beliefs and time determine our future. All those years, when you were thinking about creating a machine to get your lost family member back. And when Elliot was thinking about it, I think it shaped our future. That's where the missions come from. Yes, like the universe itself, you can't say what happened before they existed, only that they do. With that breakthrough, Adeline saw it all. Absalom Island was like the United States of America. A new version, where America had been a melting pot of people from different places, attracting the best and the hungry and the outcasts from around the world. Absalom Island was a melting pot of people from different times, offering a refuge for people from across the past to build a better future. Absalom, the machine itself, was a physical manifestation of the march of humanity. It was a device that removed the worst members of human society and rescued the innocent. Adeline wondered if that was the true nature of civilization, if that was humanity's great work. "Do you think the world will ever figure out what we're doing on the island?" Adeline asked. "Yes, it's inevitable." "What do you think will happen then?" "I don't know, but that's one thing I've learned about time. Sometimes life gives you problems you can't solve today. That's what tomorrow is for, and that's why you keep going." The trail rounded a rock outcropping, and ahead, Adeline spotted the covered wagon off to the side. Rocks formed a ring around a crackling fire, and three very dirty kids sat around it, holding their hands out to warm them. Their mother was writing in a journal, or perhaps drawing, and the father was lying down, hat over his eyes. He wasn't asleep, though, because as Adeline and her father approached, he rose and pushed the hat back. "How do you do?" Sam nodded. "Hello. Y'all on your way to California?" "No," Sam said slowly. "We're going a little farther than that." The man studied him. "I see. Well, you looking to trade then?" "We don't have anything to trade. We actually just came to help." Epilogue. Adeline set the coffee mug down on the desk and searched her personal files for a picture of Nathan. She held her breath as she uploaded it to the Tesseract program. On the screen, a message blinked with a single word. "Searching." Thanks to the last mission with her father and that conversation on the California Trail, she felt like she had found the missing piece in the grand scheme of things. She understood it all now, the strange force at work, the unseen hand of time. But she was still missing a very important piece in her own life. On the screen, that piece appeared in the form of dozens of photos, pictures of her and Nathan together, performing Absalom rescues in the hours and minutes before earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other disasters. The photos told the story of a life together, one spent in service of people only they could save. 3 days later, Adeline was standing in a hotel ballroom in San Francisco, watching startups pitch investors. It was the same place where she had met Nathan for the first time. He saw her before she found him. He walked up behind her and mumbled, faking a cough, "San Andreas capital sucks." Adeline chuckled and turned to find Nathan smiling, a badge hanging from his neck that read 2525 Ventures. Its logo featured a large bus with the numbers written across it. He shrugged. "See, the joke is that San Andreas Capital never loses money, so." "I got the joke." She pointed to his name tag, 2525 Ventures. "It's the bus number from the movie Speed." "You are obsessed with that movie." "It's a great movie. And it works. We make sure our portfolio companies never slow down and blow up." "How long did it take you to come up with that?" He exhaled, letting his head fall back. "Days, literally days, it was so difficult." And how's it going? He lowered his voice. I'm sort of over it, to be honest. I'm starting to look for something else. How about you? I saw where you sold your company to the government, or did that forever license deal or whatever. I've started something new. Oh, really? And this time, I want you to be part of it. What would we be working on? It's sort of like Bus 2525. It's about saving innocent people, and every second counts. He stared into her eyes, a smile forming on his lips. I'm interested.